Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of ESL Open Cup Americas 230. It has been far too long. It's been so long since we've casted this event live. We've been covering it via replays for the past couple of months, but now we are back covering this here and now. And oh my god, the bracket is massive. The bracket is live! Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves, because spawning in the top left hand corner we have our first two players. We have our American Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Team MB Deep. It is Ninja. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner we have a dear friend, this looks weird. We have a friend near and dear to our hearts, El Chileno, papi, the Chilean Protoss player, the purple Protoss representing Infernales Esports. It is Cristiano. Hi, papi. Let's go. I think there's like a graphical glitch going on here, but regardless, we are settling into our PvP. It is going to be a Forge opener from Ninja. We're going for a cannon rush. We're going for a cannon rush. Cristiano here across the map. How will we respond? Is he familiar with him? As I would love to talk about the players, but here we go. The pylons have been thrown down. The cannon rush has begun. Boys are being pulled. Looking to get on top of this as quickly as possible. And we do dive on top of those pylons. Again, can we deny them as we do set up a pylon wall behind the mineral line? Looking to throw down those cannons. We have a cannon on the low ground. We have a probe in the main. Cannons are upon us, but it looks like we should be able to get rid of these pylons at least. It will be a kill on those initial pylons. Headed for the low ground as well. Again, that cannon, it's halfway done. Uh-oh. Cannon is halfway done at this point. We will get a kill on that high ground pylon. Likewise, another cannon on the way. Low ground pylons are going down. Cannon might just finish. But again, how many probes do we get? Oh, probes are going down. This might become a little bit too much here as 4 workers, soon to be 5, 6 probes going down. GG gets caught. It's too much damage, and Ninja will take game number 1. GG. I'm ready for some NA action. I'm ready. I'm ready for the NA nonsense, Bobby. Let's go. Let's go. GG. Ninja will take the first game here in this series after the successful cannon rush. Again, the cannon did finish up in time. Second pylon took a little bit too long to bring down, and in the end, too much damage was dealt. Workers were going down left and right, and Ninja does take a lead in the series, but it's a best of 3. We can bounce back. I want to believe that Cristiano has a stronger chance in a longer game, in a mid to late game. But here, when it comes to cannon rush defense and cannon rush execution, that's where Ninja is in his element, as we are going to be getting ready for game number 2. Now, I haven't casted Ninja before. He's an American Protoss player. I don't know if this is all he does. I don't know if he's like the American Gref, for example. Like, Gref is just a Ukrainian cannon rusher that does nothing but cannon rush. Don't know if Ninja is the same. Regardless, GG, well played. Ninja will take the first game, and we'll see if we can bounce back in game number 2. Ninjino pora carajo. In the chat, let's go. Now, for those that remember, for those who are old school CranKy Duckling fans, you would actually recognize Cristiano, this name, as I've casted with him. He is a fellow Latin American player. He's from the land of Chile, of course, and we've casted plenty of him in the past. He did retire for quite some time. He's been inactive for a year or 2. It's great to see him back competing, and I have casted with him plenty of times in the past. We brought him on the channel. I remember casting ESL, the Americas region, the ESL Masters, EBT Masters Americas, with Cristiano as well. Famously, Cristiano, he had a blazer. He was going to a party at the time or something, like after the cast, and he had like a nice suit. He had some solid sunnies as well, some sunglasses, and he was looking suave. He was looking suave. Famously. Do I have a picture of Cristiano? I think I do. Hold on. I must have a photo. I do. Oh, okay. For those that remember, oh, there he is. This is what Cristiano. I remember because we were talking about getting ready for the cast, and he was asking me what to wear, And he asked as a joke, like a suit, like a solid blazer, and I was like, Papi, let's dress up, Papi, dress up. Because we were the B stream. We were the B stream for DreamHack Masters Americas. This was like a year or two ago. And this is how he showed up. He had a solid suit, he had a blazer, and his sunglasses. Oh, it was beautiful. It was beautiful. Good times, good times. But yes, this is Cristiano. This is Cristiano. And again, he retired. He retired from StarCraft. He stepped away from the game. He focused on his own studies. I believe he has since graduated. If I remember correctly, he was studying to become a psychologist. If I remember correctly, he was studying. Yeah, he was in university at the time. And again, it's been a while now, and I'm pretty sure he has since graduated, and now he's out into the world. Into the world and focusing on other things, with a career, of course, with his career. But now he's back. Now he is back. Oh, I still have the placeholder images. Like, look, I've got. Hold on. Who else do I have? Who else do I have in my repertoire? What else do I have? I've got Oreo, of course. Oh, bam! Oh, look at him. Look at him, Bobby. I have Oreo in the Duckling jersey, CranKy Duckling jersey. Let's go. I'll put this away. Just reminiscing of all these caster photos that I have. Here we go. Spicy start. See in the chat. Any 4 gates in PvT. Okay. Fair enough. Here we go. We're diving into game number 2. Again, looks like we're just waiting for our lobby to be set up. We're now getting into our game. Diving on in. And game 2 is going to be on site Delta. Thank you for letting us know. So his tendencies in the PvT matchup. We were talking about Ninja. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have our American Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Clan MB Deep. It is Ninja. Ninja, if you will. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the Chilean Protoss player, the yellow Protoss representing Team Infernales Esports. It is Cristiano. Ronaldinho, Bobby. Let's go. Again, Cristiano, it's been so long since I've had the luxury of casting him, so long since I've seen him. I'm ready for some more Chilean action here. For now, we're selling in. We do have our gate expand set up. We do see Ninja going for a gate expand on the low ground. Okay, you have my attention here. No forge for the time being, but we'll keep an eye on Ninja to see if he does open up with a follow-up forge back across the map. Cristiano is chilling, patrolling even. Back at home. Interesting, opting not to go for the probe scouts. Is a little bit paranoid after what just occurred in game 1. Is going to be a little bit paranoid. Probe scout coming in. Again, no forge, no cannon rush. We could try to fake a cannon rush and force an overreaction. That is possible. So now we are dipping in and checking that main base. Oh, threatening a gas steal. We don't quite commit. As the probe does back off, and again, Ninja going for the gate expand setup. So is Cristiano going for the gate expand on the high ground. Okay, interesting choice here by our Protoss player. Going for, in a way, I was going to say a bit of a safer way to expand, and it is in a sense where your initial production buildings and tech are on the high ground. It means that if your opponent goes for an all-in, then your tech structure is going to be a little bit safer, but it does mean that your defense at the low ground is going to be a little bit more difficult here. As we can see, it's just an economic build by Ninja. Likewise, Cristiano doing something similar. So it's settling into our games, bearing in mind as well that Cristiano has not been able to scout across the map, is just moving it now. So a bit of a delayed probe scout to get confirmation of what's going on. Again, we're loading into site Delta because of this ramp. It is very common to go for faster expansions. We should be able to delve into this game and into this series at least a little bit more. The game won't end abruptly after a cannon rush. As the probe, it does dip in. Getting full scout of the natural, dipping into the main. And we do have our tech of choice. Going to be a Twilight Council opener from Cristiano. We have a Twilight Council opener from Ninja as well. Okay, Twilight Councils all around, working towards, I imagine, Blink. Nothing too crazy yet, as we have our first unit of choice. Interesting, going to be an Adept for Ninja. Is going for an Adept opener. Moving out across the map. Cristiano back at home did open up Stalker instead. In a head-to-head fight, the Stalker will come out on top, but the goal for Ninja is to get past the Stalker, shade into a mineral line, get some scouting, and maybe get some economic damage done. Let us go. As Adept is moving out. Is going to be spotted. No probe in position, so we won't be able to wall off or block off. Not yet. Probe just start getting ready. Adept does shade into the natural. Ooh, one probe goes down. We get one, and we get a second probe as well, just at the end there. Again, Cristiano unable to pull it back. Pulled away the others, but not quite the softened up probe. So a bit of miscontrol there. 2 workers go down. Not a bad start for Ninja. Not bad at all, as we are settling in. Again, I was talking to Cristiano earlier as we were getting ready for this series. And Cristiano, he only recently came back to competing. He's not at the level he once was, but he did say that he wanted to commit a little bit harder and wanted to improve once again and reclaim his skill. I'm ready for it. And I'm excited to see how he compares, as we have a bit of a gateway explosion. Okay, working up towards 4-gate blink. 4 gates in total here for Cristiano. Meanwhile, Ninja across the map going for his own gateway explosion as well. 2 gates in the main with the 1 gateway at the natural. It's going to be a 3-gate blink opener here from Ninja. And we might even go for a 3rd. And there it is. 3rd base has been taken. Again, it is a bit of a safer 3rd base just because we went for the gateways first. And then we'll get up and running. We will have warpins available here for Ninja. Meanwhile, across the map, Cristiano. With that 4-gate setup, we might just commit. Might opt to not expand and double down on 2 base aggression, move out across the map, try to either shut down the 3rd or even kill our opponent. We can see that Ninja's thinking further ahead. We have a Forge on the way for +1. Shield batteries as well as the natural. I believe the hallucination just confirmed, yep, that there was, oh, there we go. Hallucination coming in, confirming that there is no 3rd base. Should get eyes on the linear 3rd location. Yeah, there is no Nexus in sight. Confirmed extra gats. Gats? I said gases. Gateways. That's what I meant to say. Confirmed the extra gateways. Cristiano is expanding behind this, but this 3rd base has not been scouted. That's what's important here, is that Ninja is unaware of the 3rd and might overreact. GG. A wall of shield batteries on the way at the 3rd base. Cristiano's moving out, and where exactly do we move in? Where do we push? Observer will confirm the natural location. We'll confirm the defensive setup. Cristiano rotating around. Prism has arrived. And the goal here, break the 3rd. But the shield batteries are finishing up just in time. We are merely seconds away. Look at the units tab. We have 10 Stalkers for Ninja. We have 11 for Cristiano. God, I keep saying Cristiano. Cristiano. God damn it. 11, now 15. We can dive into the main. Uh-oh, Ninja out of position. He's ready at the 3rd base, and Cristiano, he's diving into the main instead. I imagine. As the Observer does have eyes on the main army. 3rd base getting up and running. Now is the time to go. Send it, papi. Yeah, we do dive in. Sentry is ready for the force field. And do we go for the recall? Army pushing up the ramp. Blink is done. We do dive in. Force field is thrown down. Bit of an awkward moment here for Ninja. Does pull the boys. Going for a warping as well. We dive on the army. And does Ninja have enough? He does focus on the prism. And the prism, ooh, barely escapes. So Cristiano, does he have enough? It looks like he barely doesn't. Yeah, with a defensive warp in, we're holding on. We force Cristiano out. The prism goes down. The prism falls in the retreat, and Ninja will completely shut this down. Again, there was an opportunity there for Cristiano, but he got the pylons, but he committed. Yeah, he lost everything in the process. GG gets called, and Ninja will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Ninja, as he does take the series 2-0. But a big shout out to Cristiano. Again, he only recently came back to competing. He was retired for a very long time, and I expect him to get better and better quite shortly here as time goes on. So I look forward to seeing more of Cristiano over the next couple of months. Do look forward to it, and best of luck. Best of luck in your return. With that, GG. GG, well played. Ninja does take the series, and now we can take a moment to have a look at the brackets to figure out where we are headed. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. We have a lot to go over, and we'll try to quickly find ourselves first, so we know where we are headed. As I scroll up and check. Okay, here we go. Huh. Just messaging some players. Okay, from the top, let's go. From the very top, we have Solar. This is the player that I've been keeping my eye on. Reason for this is because Solar was competing last night in ESL Open Cup Asia. And for those that are unaware and unfamiliar, the reason why we're missing a lot of the otherwise regular Koreans and Europeans and Americans is because of the weekend. Over the weekend was DreamHack Dallas, and most players actually are still traveling. Most of the players that were there are still traveling. They're still racing back home and still not quite ready to compete. They haven't returned home yet. Solar is the exception. The reason for this, we did confirm, I did ask him yesterday. Solar let us know that he did come home early. He did travel back to Korea early, as Solar didn't have the had a rough performance at DreamHack Dallas. To have a bit of a rough performance, because of that, did go home early. That is why Solar is back at home already and ready to compete. And he's here in the upper half of the bracket. He's going to be one of the big names to bring down. What else do we have? We have, as I scroll down, a good amount of amateur players here. We have Rare. We have Saysidis. There we go. We have Geralt, okay, a big Polish name here towards the center of the bracket. We have Special up against I'm Data, and I'm looking forward to Geralt versus Special in the round of 16. Winner will most likely go up against Solar in the round of 8. So some big names are soon to collide. Scrolling down, we have Cyan waiting for the winner of Scribbles and Master. Ooh, Master also making a return. Do look forward to him. It's a Brazilian Protoss player. Was an up-and-comer back in the day, and again did also retire, did step away from the game, but it's good to see him still competing. Has made his return. Do look forward to seeing more of Master up against Cyan. Scrolling down, we have our series. We have Ninja taking down Cristiano 2-0, and is now up against Gref in the round of 32. Gref, of course, I did mention him earlier. He is a Ukrainian Protoss player, and all he does is cannon rush. It's going to be a short series. It is going to be a very, very short series. So I do look forward to that. Winner goes up against most likely Coffee, as Coffee also was competing last night in ESL Open Cup Asia. Coffee did make it all the way to the finals and even made Solar sweat in those finals. We could even see a rematch. We could see a rematch here tonight. I mean, Coffee is one of the favorite players to make it up against, I imagine, Cyan in the quarterfinals, maybe up against Solar in the semifinals. So, yeah, a lot of these big names looking to make deep runs. Scrolling down, we have Showtime. Showtime, also a player that did not travel to DreamHack Dallas. Showtime was not a part of that event. As a result, he also competed in ESL Asia and ESL Europe last night. So Showtime has been quite active here in whatever he can, and I do wish him the best of luck. Showtime is going to be one of those big names, and he's looking to make a deep run here as well. Who can face off against Showtime? We have Psionic, French, I believe, Protoss player, if I remember correctly, who will most likely face off against Showtime in the round 16. Scrolling down, we have Wayne, and sort of, he just 2-0'd Requiem, and now sort of is up against Wayne in a ZVZ. Winner will most likely move on to face off against Showtime in the quarterfinals, so it's going to be quite a Zerg versus Protoss matchup. Scrolling down, we have Future. Future is back. Future was competing in DreamHack Dallas, but clearly he made it back home quite quickly, as you know, he's in the States. So Future is going to be competing here in the round of 32, looking to make a deep run, and it looks like he won't really face too much competition, at least until the quarterfinals. We're in the quarterfinals. Oh, Future will most likely face off against MaxPax. MaxPax, he has, or obviously he did not travel, as he doesn't compete in offline events. MaxPax did not compete in ESL Asia, but I believe he did compete in ESL Europe last night. I say last night, a couple of hours ago. So MaxPax did compete in ESL Europe, and he is the one to make a deep run and win the entire tournament. MaxPax is the reigning ESL Americas champion, as he did win last week. We did cast that series. It was MaxPax versus Solar in the finals. MaxPax did come out on top. We could see a rematch. Again, it's all about who can stop MaxPax. As we have our next series, I did mention it before, it's going to be Gref versus Ninja. Go. It is going to be that PvP. And, again, I expect this to be a short one. I expect this to be a short series, but I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. And again, I want to follow whoever does take this into their next series, into potentially coffee. We go. Meanwhile, just catching up in the chat. I'm just catching up in the chat. So diving into Oceanborn for game 1. Oh, okay, we gotta focus. Things are gonna pop off quite quickly, I imagine, so I gotta be able to keep up. We could even encounter a situation where both players cannon rush each other. That'd be wild. That'd be crazy. I'm ready for it. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Ukrainian Protoss player, the yellow Protoss representing Clan BBE. It is Gref. Bing Bong Esports. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Protoss player from Land of the Americas, representing Clan MB Deep. It is Ninja. Here we go. As we're first sending our probe across the map, pylon's been thrown down. This should be for a forge. It's going to be a cannon rush from Ninja. Likewise, I imagine a forge from Gref and a cannon rush as well. This is what I wanted. This is why I did on this. It's cannons versus cannons. Oh, the apes. They're facing off. We have 1 and 2 probes moving out for Gref. We have 2 probes moving out for Ninja. And who will be able to out-cannon the other? That is the real question, as Ninja does confirm the forge on the way. First pylon thrown down for both players, both next to their respective warlords, their respective ramps. Gref hasn't confirmed the forge yet, but now will. Now is aware of the forge. We have another pylon here. It's actually hidden on the left-hand side, right next to that gas geyser, canceling the first one. And you can see Ninja already starting to work on that cannon rush towards the mineral line. Meanwhile, Gref, unfortunately, he's working on his cannons here at the ramp instead, a little bit further back. It's going to take longer to really impact that mineral line. Voids are being pulled. Ooh, Ninja's cannon gets surrounded. That's going to be a cancel. That's going to be a kill. Meanwhile, across the map, Gref, he has much better SimCity. Does reduce service area. Pylons are done. Cannons are on the way, but we do force a cancel. And we have cancels on these cannons. Gref getting forced out. Looks like his initial probe went down. We have a second probe. And coming to get these cannons up, as it looks like the cannon rushes are denying each other. Okay. Oh, never. I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. As we throw down some gateways, cannon is indeed on the way. And I believe this cannon is within range of the gateway here of Ninja. And we force a cancel on the gateway. We have more cannons on the way. Boys being pulled. Again, this cannon will finish. It will complete. And damage is going to be done. Meanwhile, across the map, it looks like, yep, the pylon's going to be shut down. This probe is still alive, but we'll get the hell out of there. Cannon does finish up. And we're going to be able to knock down the cannons of our opponents. Meanwhile, back at home, Gref is transitioning. We do have our Cybercore on the way, our gateway as well. And Ninja's transition is far later than his opponent's. Now, Ninja will hold against this. But we come in with another probe. We have another cannon on the way. It's going to finish. And this cannon can't threaten anything, but it can contain our opponents. Speaking of contain, a second cannon has been thrown down. And we're just fully walling off. Another probe! Ooh. Bit of miscontrol there by Gref. He did chase the worker. Did end up chasing. Worker has gone down. We can see gateways on the way for Ninja, but again, Gref tech-wise has a better stand, or is in better standing. Does have the cyber core. You can even go for a proxy Stargate or proxy Robo. We can commit. Cannons are done. If we wanted to, we could try to work towards the left-hand side. We have another cannon cancelled. Not finishing. And what is our plan? Again, I'm feeling either the proxy Robo or proxy Stargate at this point, as gases have been taken. Ninja scouting with his probe, trying to get a read on what's going on. Trying to get a read on this tech. And there it is. It's going to be a Stargate. Let's go. Stargate is in production. Back at home, we have Ninja going for a defensive Robo opener. Going for Stalkers as well. We can throw down shield batteries. We have another pylon. We can set up shield batteries and cannons and lay siege upon the main base of Ninja. Likewise, Gref doesn't even have to go all in. We can expand, but Gref is an animal. He's expanding. I mean, that's how you do it. How does Gref expand? We take our opponent's natural base. Nexus is on the way. Gref technically is macroing up. Shield batteries are in production. We can even throw down a Fleet Beacon and go proxy Tempest. Void Rays on the way. Stalkers within range of the pylon. Pylon is going to be shut down, and I believe this shield battery is out of range of the pylon on the left-hand side. So the shield battery is going to be deep. Oh, wait, no, never mind. We're within range of this one. It's all good. Are within range. Void Ray on the way. Cannon taking some damage. Forcing the engine to be wasted on the shield battery. Void Ray does dive in. Going for the gateway. Okay, gateway under fire. Immortals in production. Cannon's getting some free shots in. More Void Rays in production. Now, what's important here is that with the completion of this Nexus, we have an overcharge. That means we have an aggressive overcharge available, or an offensive overcharge. Speaking of, first overcharge is popped. Cannons are going down to the Immortal. Cannon does fall. A Ninja with additional gateways. We have a 3-gate setup. Meanwhile, we have a Stargate into a Robo. I'm worried about the SimCity. Whatever comes out of this Robo is going to have a hard time pushing up this ramp or even getting here. As we're throwing down just a wall of cannons and shield batteries. See how this all comes together. That's up to 2 Void Rays. 7 Stalkers. We're going for the dive. Ooh, we don't quite force the activation of the overcharge. Not quite. But another shield battery goes down. I think I want to favor Ninja here. Do want to favor him, but now up to 3 Void Rays. Soon to be 4. Robo's done. More shield batteries on the way. Likewise, we can see Ninja breaking out of his contain, going for the Prism. Does drop out. Gref unaware. And we can try to have a bit of a better angle of attack here at the natural. Even just go for a counterattack, go for a base trade. Like, I would love the idea to just move out across the map. There's nothing at home to defend. Instead, coming in from a flank, going for the cannons. Cannon's going to be shut down before she overcharge. Army diving in. We are within range. Oh, barely keeping the Void Ray alive. And with the Pulsar beam, we force back the army. With the Prismatic Alignment, I should say. We have an extra Warp in. 3 more Stalkers. Overcharge now on cooldown. That Void Ray very low. But now we're getting up to 5. We dive in. Stalkers don't quite get the Void Ray. Did overextend. Void Ray almost going down. Prismatic Alignment is activated, and we can focus down all the Stalkers. Yeah, there is no blink. Down to 3. Now up to 6. Looks like Gref, he's just outscaling Ninja with too many Void Rays, now with an Immortal as well. But it's massive. And we can just bully back the army. Going for the Prism. We focus it down, we deny the Warp in. And now we commit to the fight. And Gref will clean this up. There's 1 Stalker left, down to 0. We clean everything up. A sentry survives. Back in the main base, what do we have? We have 3 more Stalkers. We have nothing else. GG gets called, and Gref will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Gref showing off that European cannon rushes. They hit a little bit different. They hit a little bit harder than the American cannon rushes. Let's go. Hold on, I just realized I have to fix up. There we go. There we go. With my plushies. GG, well played. Gref will take game number 1. Now we're getting ready for game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. We're diving into that second game. Again, I am ready for it. So just setting up our teams. And game 2 is going to be on Goldenrod, and I know for a fact that Gref is going to cannon rush again. What about Ninja? Is Ninja going to embrace the cannons? Is he going to embrace the nonsense, the clown, Bobby? Or are we going to try and deviate and play standard instead? Let's go. As spawning in the top left hand. Oh my god! Oh, never mind. Never mind. As we have to repick our races. Oh, good. We'll have to set ourselves up. Go. Sorry, just setting up. Oh, diving into Goldenrod. Diving into Goldenrod. That was brutal. That was beautiful is what you mean, baby. That was beautiful. It's Protoss players. They're facing off in their natural habitat, in their primal form. There's no facade here. There's no, you know, like macro or anything. Nah. It's all about the one base all in, Bobby. And here we go, spawning in the bottom right hand corner of a Goldenrod. We have our Ukrainian Protoss player, the other Protoss representing Bing Bong Esports. It is Gref, leading the series 1-0, and spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Clan MB Deep. It is Ninja. And it's happening again! The pylon location screams Forge. Show us the Forge, and there it is. The Forge has been thrown down for Ninja. Likewise, the Forge thrown down for Gref. The challenge has been issued. We've issued our challenge, and the cannon rushes. They're upon us once again. Let's go. We're getting down and dirty, and here we go. The pylon has been thrown down. This time, right next to the gas guys are checking the vision. Gref, he's aware of it. Does get eyes on that would-be pylon. Likewise, Gref going behind the mineral line. A bit of a more direct approach here from Gref. Doesn't throw down a pylon yet. Second probe has been sent out. Pylon is done, and cannons are now on the way. We have our initial cannons. Gref not committing yet. Here we go. Pylon now at the ramp. The probe. Oh, we get stuck. No mineral walking here. Gref, a bit of a slip up. Does not mineral walk. The probe does fall. Meanwhile, across the map, cannon is on the way. Gref going for defensive cannons first, and it will force a cancel. Interesting. Okay, so we have the defensive cannons here from Gref. He will defend across the map. He will bleed out one of these probes. Down to only one. Pylon is done, but it's going to be difficult to really get any headway here. Oh, as we do dance between that pylon. Cannons are being thrown down on the low ground. Okay. We have a cannon. We have a pylon. Does reduce the surface area. Surface area is going to be reduced. Yeah, we throw down a cannon and a forge, and oh my god! Sorry, I meant to say gateway. Gateway the cannon, but the cannon, it looks like it is going to be focused down. Probe barely escapes. Meanwhile, we have a backup probe. The Gref coming in with a third probe. Cannon is cancelled. The first probe in the main base. Oh, it gets stuck. Does get trapped in the end. Gref, we need to pull it together, and there it is. We have the wall off. We have the full wall off. Cannons on the way. This one will finish. And so will... never mind. Not the one on the low ground, but the one in the main will. Yeah, the cannon rush does continue. More cannons on the way, and Gref, it looks like he's done it. Looks like he has broken through. Boys are being pulled. These cannons here on the edge are going to be cancelled, but again, the one here behind the gateway will finish. Will complete. And it's only a matter of time before we get on top of the base itself. Yeah, cannon is done. More cannons on the way, and they're being covered by that first cannon. And how do we deal with this? We can't. We're going for the gold. I like this, but it feels late. Like, so basically we're going for the recall. Our goal here is to recall these workers to safety, but this Nexus is so delayed. How many workers will we have before the recall happens? We'll see. Cannons are finishing up. And we're within range of the mineral line. Oh, probes are taking some hits. Stalker has arrived as well. Workers are going down. Again, we can recall our workers to safety, but it's going to take a while. We need more time. We need more time for the recall. Probes are falling left and right. We do get a surround. Yeah, nice surround here. Oh, forcing the recall from Gref. Probes are stacking up. Nexus is still not done. The main base will fall. But Gref should realize, hold up, you're not being revealed. And he should be looking for the ninja base. Nexus will finish. Stargate is up. And there's the recall. We recall the hell out of the main base. Get to the gold. But Gref, he is quick to scout. He's with us. Something is wrong. Something is up. Stalkers are on the way. Void Rays in production. Can we focus down that pylon? As Gref is now aware of what's going on. Can we focus down the pylon and deny that Void Ray? Going for the Stargate. Interesting. Boys are being pulled. Probes are going down. Not quite, actually. They do escape. But the Void Ray will spawn in. It should finish. I say that, but we're focusing on the pylon. We're up to 4 Stalkers. Shield battery under fire. More boys being pulled. Void Ray does end up coming in just in time. We force back the army. But it's only 1 Void Ray. We have to respect the prismatic alignment. We have to respect it. We have to back off. Oh, taking a lot of hits. And we barely don't have enough energy for the overcharge. We need a little bit more time. There we go. We have the overcharge available. Stargate taking a lot of hits. Yeah, we're reinforcing. We're just rallying Stalkers across the map. 2 more gates on the way. We die. Oh, so you try to go for the dive? The overcharge will maintain this position. Will up. Oh my god, no! The Void Ray goes down. Big overextension. GG gets pulled. And Gref will take game number 2 in the series 2-0. GG. Whew, let's go. GG, well played. Gref will take the series 2-0, advancing on into the next round. My condolences to Ninja, but I would like to believe this is a learning experience, right? If Ninja is also an animal, if he's also a cannon rush enjoyer, then maybe he can learn from this. You know, in a mirror matchup, he can take these replays, he can study Gref and be like, okay, this is how a master cannon rush does it. You know, he's gonna learn, he's gonna adapt, and I feel like Gref has kind of implanted has planted the seed in Ninja to grow into a beautiful cannon rusher. I think. Aye. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Gref as he will take the series. My condolences to Ninja as he is going to bow out. And the question becomes, do we have another opponent? Do we have an opponent here? Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Let us switch on over and get a read on what is going on. Okay, let's scroll on up here. Does Coffee not yet have an opponent? Oh. Uh-oh. Okay, we'll go from the top. We'll go from the top here. I'll slip into Coffee's DMs soon. Do not worry. We have Solar advancing on. Again, Solar, he's going to be favored at least into the quarterfinals. Still waiting for his next opponent. Special takes down Data 2-0. Data. Takes him down 2-0. Waiting for either Geralt or not Veritate. But Geralt should be advancing on there to face off against Special. That's going to be a very spicy round of 16 match. I look forward to it. do look forward to that series. So I wish him the best of luck. Scrolling down, we have Cyan versus Master. Ooh, that is a solid PvP. Okay. Master, of course, a Brazilian Protoss player. Cyan, Chinese Protoss. So they're going to be facing off. Cyan is going to be favored, but best of luck to Master in that PvP. Scrolling down, we just got an update. Smile took down JMac 2-1. Big shout to Smile. Gah, papi gah, the Peruvian Terran player. Smile advances on to face off against Inexorable in a, I think that's a TVT, if I remember correctly. Scrolling down, we have our series. Again, Gref just took down Ninja 2-0, and Gref is waiting for either Coffee, Kamikaze, or Chelsea Fan. And it looks like Coffee is still waiting for his opponents. Looks like Kamikaze and Chelsea Fan, they're still mid-series. They are still facing off. So we're going to have to wait a while, but I'm looking forward to Gref cannon rushing Coffee, and whether or not it works. I want to see. Scrolling down, we have Showtime versus Velvets. Winner goes up against either Fireclaw or Psionic. Again, Psionic is going to be favored there, I feel, and we'll see how that series does unfold. Scrolling down, we have Apple Juice versus Yu, and I believe that is being covered by Dave Testa. We have Sordo versus Wayne in the ZVZ. Future versus Zero. Jason either up against Patches or Hazel. We have Ghostly Swarm up against Mute, and at the very bottom of the bracket we have Max Pack. So the tournament is getting underway. For the most part, we're working through the first round into the second. We are working through our series. And just trying to find out where we are headed next. Let's chill there. Okay, looks like Chelsea Fan is out of game. Oh, there we go. Gonna miss some players. Beautiful, and we have our next series. Okay, it looks like Kamikaze took down Chelsea Fan 2-1, and up next is going to be Coffee versus Kamikaze. Winner goes up against Gref in the next round. So I need a moment to set that up. Here we go. So I guess we're going to go on a short break. Our players are currently conducting their vetoes, and once we are done, we will have our next series. So we'll just take a moment here and yeah, take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, and then we'll have a TVT for you. Terran versus Terran. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OSC as we have returned with our next series of the morning. Morning, everyone. Welcome back to ESL Open Cup Americas, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Brazilian Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Eximius Gaming. It is CranKy. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Chinese Terran player, the Red Terran representing Mystery Gaming. It is CranKy. Here we go. TVT is upon us again. Now some of the heavier hitters are facing off against each other. CranKy has been an up-and-comer in the Latin American region for quite some time. Nowadays, I feel like has more or less plateaued a little bit. It's like when I think of the up-and-coming Latin American players, I think of Master, I think of Yanji, I think of... who else do I think of? Neo, of course. Tavito, Tavo. Oh my god, mi papito. And CranKy was an up-and-comer for a while as well. Of course, this was back in the COVID era of StarCraft. It's great to see that CranKy is still competing. Great to see that he's still around. And CranKy, from my recollection, is a mech enjoyer. He is a bit of a mech enjoyer here, so we might be seeing some mech upon us here in this TVT. I'm curious if he's going to be embracing that. Likewise, CranKy is one of the players to make a deep run. I would say he's one of the favorite players to make it all the way to at least the semifinals, maybe even the grand finals, but at least the semis. Can anyone stop CranKy? Again, he had an insane run last night. CranKy did compete in ESL Open Cup Asia, went all the way to the finals against Solar. He even 2-0'd Showtime on the way to the finals, and CranKy did end up going down, came second last night in ESL Asia, but still had a good showing. Still had a very nice showing here. So we'll see if he can make another finals run, or if we'll have a rematch against Solar in the semis. Until then, oh, it's gonna be a Concussive Shell Marauder build. Okay, CranKy. Rushing into the tech lab with that Rax, working towards Concussive Shell and Marauder production. The goal here is to catch out some of these early game units. We'll see if we can as the Reaper Scout is coming in, and CranKy will confirm what's going on. Does run into the Marauder, and we'll get the hell out of there. Whew. Does back off in time, rotating around, and we'll confirm, ooh, the researching tech lab. Concussive Shell not quite done, and the Reaper shouldn't be caught out, but oh my god, we do pull back in time. We do back off, and back at home, it is going to be double gas into CC on the low ground. Factory Widowmine is already on the way. I'm going to be committing to additional Reapers, and we'll see if CranKy can bypass these Marauders and slip into that main base. For now, just see CranKy settling into his one base setup. It is going to be a 1-1-1 build. I don't see a second CC. CranKy looks like a one base all in. Marauder shot's going to be going off. The boys are being pulled, and we do catch both of these Reapers. Meanwhile, the Reapers are getting full scout. They confirm that there is no command center, that there is a starport on the way. Again, one base all in from CranKy. Back at home, CranKy, can we defend? Do you have a Widowmine? Cyclone production is underway. Starport as well. Starport wouldn't help too much, but we are amassing our army. A bunker would be ideal in the low ground to help out with these Marines. And CranKy working towards that medevac. Soon going to be pushing out. I'm curious if CranKy actually plans on expanding. I mean, we could throw down a CC. It looks like we plan on doing so, but still a very committed opener. Very committed build. So we are soon to move out. What do we have to work with? We have 4 Marauders and 3 Hellions. That's a hefty army. Back at home. Interesting. Okay, we're going for a Viking with that starport. That will help zone away the medevac. A tank on the way with that factory. Building up our army. As CranKy is moving out. Following this up with Cloak Banshees. Oh my god. Ah. Cloak Banshees on the way. Okay, just very aggressive build here from CranKy. Diving into the main base. CranKy will spot this in time. Can get some free shots off. Nothing shoots off. The Viking will shut down the medevac. It's a one-way trip. Medevac will go down. And dragging the army within range of the tank. Tank volleys go off. They shut down the Hellions. Oh, decent target firing there from the Marauder, but alas, we have too much. Cyclone goes down, but we clean up the Marauders. And CranKy just shuts down this opener, shuts down this build, and now we are in some trouble. CranKy, he needed to get more done. The Banshee was scattered by the SCV. We see all, we know all. We're getting ready. CC just now finishing up for CranKy. CranKy up in workers, is aware of the Banshees, and we have a Raven on the way. Okay, the Raven adds so much utility to the army, but will also help out when it comes to dealing with those Banshees, as we have mobile detection. So things taking a rough turn here for KranKy. That is a second starport on the way. This looks like a 2-base all-in. There is a build with 2 starports where you mass Vikings, but we have yet to go for the add-on swap. I'm curious, are we going to continue Banshee production? Okay, there we go. I was like, we'll continue Banshees. No, we will not. Go for the add-on swap. Yep, okay. It's going to be a 2-base all-in at Mass Viking. This is a special build. Juanito did popularize this build quite some time ago. Was very fond of it. The goal here is to mass Viking into Liberators and to overwhelm your Terran opponent. To overwhelm and snowball out of control. We'll see if we can, as we're making 3 Vikings at a time. Scan reveals! The scan sees everything in the main base, sees the racks floating as well. Coffee should respond, yep, with his own starport. So for those that are curious, if you scout this, the response is your own second starport to catch up in a Viking production. The Banshees do arrive, they take down one of the tanks, not bad. One tank does go down. But again, Coffee already working on a 3rd CC. This still has plenty of tanks, 3 tanks versus the 1 of KranKy. Again, the racks is floated, so it is going to be a mech game if the game goes on long enough. I don't expect a 3rd CC from KranKy. Does scan, does get eyes on the 3rd base now being taken. And we're getting ready for our push. Getting ready for the all-in. Tanks are unsieging. How many Vikings are we making here? Okay, we have 2, 4, 5, 6. We're gonna have 7 Vikings. From here, we should go into Libs. We'll see. As we're just committing to mass Viking. Moving out across the map, Coffee getting to his own Viking production himself with 2 reactors, 4 Vikings at a time. And Coffee responding well to this. We'll get the units tab. KranKy still has the Viking lead, but Coffee will have Raven support. Ooh, 1 Viking already goes down. Marines will help, auto turrets as well. Tanks are sieged. Be careful, going for the disables. Okay, we disable the Vikings and we do push forward. Oh, there is thankfully a Cyclone on the ground. We hold our own. Disables are running out. That was a lot of NG spent. A lot of NG spent. So do try to focus on those Vikings. Tanks are under fire. Banshee's going ham. 1 Banshee gets picked off and we're gonna get barely the other. We'll get both Banshees. Did get another tank though. We're gaining ground. But it's going to cost us every single Viking. Down to 1. Yeah, 1 Viking left. Defense advantage a little bit too good. Coffee getting within range, landing his Vikings into the tank. Oh my god. And we clean up the army. Again, KranKy, it was a 2-base all-in. There is no 3rd. It's just now on the way. KranKy landing the racks in the main. Let's go. Can make some Marines. Scanner reveals the timing of the 3rd base. Coffee is ahead. Up on workers, up on army. Did bleed out a lot of tanks. That was 6 tanks going down. But we have air control. We can see KranKy going for a 3rd starport. Armory for upgrades. Gonna try to macro out of this, but it's not gonna be easy. Not for our blue Terran player. Not going to be easy. You know, we could just make him move. The racks is just chilling. Just chileno. Let's go. Got KranKy ready to move out. Ready for his own move out. CC being taken, landing on location as Coffee's getting another base, working on his 4th. And Coffee just maintaining his economic lead. Oh, how many Vikings do we have? 13 against 12. It's going to be all about that air battle. All about the Vikings. +1 air attack on the way for both players. He's on the way. Scanning the main, getting eyes on the 4CC, on the timing. I'm sure CranKy is still feeling quite confident about his position. And here we go, we are moving out. I just love that CranKy just doesn't care about this Rax. It's like, what are you going to do with it? Nothing. I don't care. It'll be my main. I would just move out. And CranKy's got 20 Vikings to the 16 of Kamikaze. You do have to stack up, but massive anti-armor missile on the army. Does force the land. Tanks to be sieging, big volleys going on. And again, Kamikaze cannot lift. He does lift! Takes to the sky. GG gets called, and CranKy will take game number 1. GG. A solid game 1 there from CranKy. Kamikaze had a cheeky start. If you remember, it was initially a Marauder push. It was a Marauder drop with 4 Marauders with Hellions as well. Alas, it got completely shut down. And from there, we went for a 2-base all-in with double starport, but everything got scouted again. Just very nice scouting, very nice awareness from CranKy, able to react and respond to everything that Kamikaze was doing. Completely shut him down. GG. GG, well played. And with that, CranKy takes a lead, but it's a best of 3. Best of 3. We have one more game, at least one more game ahead of us to determine how this series does unfold. Whether we go to the ace match or whether we go into the next round. As a reminder, Gref is waiting for the winner of this series. Is going to be Gref. And game 2, Golden Aura. Let's go. We are going to be diving into Golden Aura here. And my eyes, I guess, are going to be on Kamikaze to see what other shenanigans he has in store. Was not the most standard of builds that we saw in game 1. And here we go, spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Golden Aura. We have our Brazilian Terran player, the blue Terran representing Eximius Gaming. It is Kamikaze. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Chinese Terran player, the red Terran representing Mystery Gaming. It is CranKy. Leading the series 1-0. Monomas, one more is all he needs to advance on into that next round to face off against the Cannon Rusher Gref. Does he even know who Gref is? Does he understand who he be? I'm ready. I'm anticipating that next series. But now, we do have our SCV moving out from the side of Kamikaze. It's going to be a standard opener for the time being. Ooh, for the time being, because what is our SCV up to? Where are we headed? Let's go! It's going to be a proxy Rax. Okay, we have a 2-Rax build here from Kamikaze. Should be 2-Rax Reaper. Not the most committed 2-Rax Reaper, as we do keep our first Rax back at home. Does mean that reinforcements are going to take a little bit longer. But CranKy is going for a double gas opener, not going for a Rax expand. So CranKy playing this out safe. Won't be caught with his pants down. We'll have a faster factory. As a result, we'll have a faster Hellion as well. So it's going to be on CranKy to recognize what's going on, to respond, to defend. It does have what it needs to survive this. As across the map, CranKy slipping in, will confirm the Rax, will confirm the gases. But there's a little bit more to it. These Reapers are on the way. Again, he's aware that there should be a factory. Like, there's a second gas, there's no expansion, there should be a factory. Something is wrong. Something is up here. And CranKy is checking our linear third base, checking the 4th base location, but doesn't get eyes on the proxy. Not yet. First Reaper's moving out. SCV is going to be shut down. CranKy getting into the high ground, but is going to be forced back. When does CranKy react in time? Oh! We barely don't get eyes on this. Reaper's on the way. Coffee getting onto the high ground. Second Reaper in production. CC on the high ground as well, being safe. Reaper does come out. Up. Ooh, KDA charge will connect. We don't get a Reaper. We don't get a kill from either side. Coffee now aware of what's going on. Upon seeing that second Reaper, now he knows it's going to be a 2x Reaper. Pulls back a little bit. Hellion has arrived. With the help of this Hellion, we're fine. We should be okay. I mean, I say we should be. That is 4 Hellions. Sorry, 4 Reapers. But massive Hellion shots going off. 1 Reaper goes down. Ooh, almost another. Yeah, not a bad trade from KranKy. Bleeding out 1 Reaper but getting 2. We have a 2-for-1 trade. Oh, we can see Coffee. He wants to hunt this down. The Reapers are low and we force the lift. We force the lift. KranKy will retreat. And now we expand. Working on our expansion. Coffee CC is that much faster. Already done. Rax floating in as an Overlord. And then KranKy will try to find a way into this mineral line to try to find some damage. Doesn't quite commit. Not yet. As we do threaten that natural base. Okay, we'll be pulling back, getting a KDA charge off. Back at him, KranKy working towards, okay, tank production. We have the reactor on that smart starport. Could be for Vikings. Yep, there we go, Vikings now on the way. And I'm curious if KranKy goes for another second starport and goes for another 2-base all-in. I'm curious. As Coffee does slip into the main base, gets an SCV, gets 1, up! Ooh, not quite the second. Repair's a little bit too good, but we do deny a lot of mining time. Reapers are cleaned up, we get a full scout. Again, just a 1-1-1 setup. Likewise, Coffee. Okay, it's time for Coffee to be the aggressor. This time, he's not going to be the one defending. We have a second starport on the way. This is the same build that KranKy attempted in the last game. If you remember, it was after KranKy's failed Marauder push where he tried to go for a double starport 2-base all-in. This, though, is Coffee with a much stronger position going into its own double starport 2-base all-in. So this is going to be a bit of a crisper build here from Coffee. We can see KranKy rallying everything across the map. Tank getting in position, and we are within range of the reactor. Ooh, but Coffee gets extra hits in. Yeah, we have to back off. So at least get the lock-on. Very nice. Lock-on does soften up one of those Vikings. We can pull the boys. We can repair. Across the map, Hellion, it does make its way into the mineral line. And will distract KranKy. Likewise, KranKy has not seen the second starport. He doesn't know how committed Coffee is. KranKy is in the dark. And I'm getting a little bit concerned for our blue Terran player here. Remember, when KranKy tried to do this build in game 1, Coffee was so quick to scout and he responded with his own second starport. That is not the case this time. But a second starport is still on the way. Again, it was just now thrown down. Scan will reveal it. Coffee now aware. So we should know that he has that Viking advantage. There's 2 more Vikings on the way. Ooh. Let's catch out a couple of Vikings. Cyclone barely out of range. Auto target thrown down. Yeah, we're breaking out. We're breaking through. Coffee wins the battle in the sky. And with that, he can chase down these tanks as he lands. Auto turret as well. And 2 tanks go down. Massive pickoffs. Coffee is pushing. Behind this, we have a 3rd CC on the way, so Coffee expanding on location. Still moving out. KranKy does have the high ground. Oh, we face check. Big tank volley going up. But we break through nonetheless. We clean up the tank. We clean up the Viking. Did cost us a Raven. We're pushing a piece of the tank. I did. Dragging it across the ground. As Coffee has arrived. Do you have a tank with the high ground? Thankfully. Do you have that tank? But what about the natural? Boys are being pulled into Vikings. You hate to see it. We try to land. We take down one of the tanks. We take down the second. But it's going to cost us so much. Too much. So 11 SCVs go down. Coffee is going for the kill. Oh, trying to at least. Vikings did take a lot of damage. But again, they can just bully Kamikaze back. It's going to be 3v3, and we are still on. Yeah, we still have that Viking lead. Just came in the production. GG gets called. Well played. And Coffee will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Coffee will take the series 2-0, advancing on into the next round. A shout out to Kamikaze as he did pose a threat. As we casted it. As he did pose a threat, and you know, did hold his own for a time there, but Coffee did shut him down, and in the end, Coffee will advance on to face off against his next opponent, to face off against Graf. Let's go. Let us go. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket. We do have some updates. We have a lot to go over. So just updating our admin, and here we go from the top. Do we have any crazy updates? We have Special versus Geralt. That's what we've been waiting for. Special up against Geralt in a PvT, currently mid-series. Oh, I look forward to that. Meanwhile, we just got an update. Solar takes down Cecidus 2-1, and Solar dropping a map here against his Zerg opponent. Impressive stuff out of our Swedish Zerg player. But Solar advances on to the quarterfinals, waiting for the winner of Geralt and Special. Wish them both the best of luck. Scrolling down, we have Cyan 2-0ing Master. Big win. Very nicely done here by Cyan. Takes down Master 2-0. Waiting for the winner of Smile and Inexorable. And scrolling down, we have our series. Let me just message our players. Here. As we're going to be following Coffee into Graf. Oh boy. Now again, is Coffee aware of the tendencies of Graf? Is he aware that he's an animal and he does nothing but cannon rush? Oh boy. I hope so. Otherwise, it's going to be a fun series. It's going to be a short and fun series here. Is Coffee aware of the kind of player that Graf is? If not, he's about to be. Scrolling down, we have Showtime versus Ionic. Currently mid-series. Wish them both the best of luck. We have Wayne taking down Sort of 2-1. Did go to the ace match. Very impressive stuff there. As scrolling down, there it is. Wayne takes down Sort of did force the ace, but Wayne is going to be favored, advancing on into the next round up against Apple Juice into either Showtime or Psionic. Scrolling down, we have Future versus Jason, and at the bottom of the bracket we have Max Pax versus Loki, the Chilean Zerg player. I believe Zerg, if I remember correctly. Could be Protoss. Believe Zerg. So, yeah, the tournament well underway. We're getting into the round 16. Again, we're going to be following Graf versus Coffee, and most likely into Cyan. Best of luck to Smile. Smile, big fan of Smile. He's a good friend of the channel. Good friend, just personally even. So, best of luck to Smile. But Cyan is the heavy hitter there to make it up against either Graf or Coffee. And then we'll get into these upper matches later on down the line. Just messaging our players. Getting ready. But I hope everyone in the chat has been enjoying themselves. Hope everyone has been having a good time. And hopefully this can all come together. But for now, we're going to be going on a short break. Looks like our vetoes have just finished up, but we're going to be going on a very short break. very short break, and then once we return, we will have Coffee versus Greg. Oh, let's go! I can't wait, Bobby. I can't wait. Oh no! No! Alright, hold on. We're gonna go on a short break. We just got an update in the chat. It looks like, no, Gref, he lost electricity. Not like this. Alright, we'll be back soon. We'll figure out where we're headed next and what our next series is. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Whew, welcome back. Hope you all enjoyed that lovely break, that brutal OSC. As we have returned with our next series, my condolences to Gref. If you were in the chat, then you would have seen that Gref unfortunately lost his internet. The internet went down. For those who are maybe unaware, Gref, of course, is residing, is a Ukrainian Protoss, and due to things outside of Gref's control, I'm sure, there is no electricity. So with no electricity, there is no way to for him to compete. So Gref will bow out. Coffee gets the walkover, and Coffee is waiting for the win of this series as we're diving into our next best of 3. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our red Protoss player representing Mystery Gaming from the land of China. It is Cyan. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the pink Terran player, the Previan Terran, representing himself currently teamless. It is Smile. Este Smile. Ay, ay, ay. Shake him ahead, Bobby. Shake him ahead. Again, Smile, a lovely fellow friend of the stream, a fellow animal, if you will. Not quite a duck, but a llama. El lamito, Bobby, lamito. Do love to see it. Yama, if you will. And we'll see how he compares, because again, Smile does periodically take breaks from StarCraft, playing other games, focusing on IRL things. Great to see Smile return to the game, and we'll see how Smile can compare against Cyan. Cyan is coming in as the heavy favorite player, don't get me wrong, but I'm sure Smile has something up his sleeve. I'm sure he has some shenanigans up his sleeve. Smile, also a player to embrace mech from time to time, but against Protoss, mech isn't really the most viable of choices or playstyles. Smile is an Uwu Thermal enjoyer. He's a big fan and supporter of Uthermal, of Mark, and I'm sure, likewise, as Mark has been very aggressive and all-in against Protoss, I would not be surprised if we have a 2-base all-in on the horizon from Smile as well. Would not be surprised. So we are settling in. As for now, Cyan is going to be avoiding the initial scout. Oh, the Reaper will miss the probe. We get a full scout off. We are going to be able to disrupt the CC on the low ground. Reaper, meanwhile, making its way across the map. Cyan opening up Zeld as well, as we're looking to delay that expansion. Again, it was an economic opener. It was a Rax expand from Smile. Probe is going to be shut down, but the Zealot is on the way, and that SCV has been softened up, is in the orange. And could we dive on that worker? For now. Threatening a different worker on this bunker. As SCV goes down. And now we're going for the CC. Up. 1 swipe. 2. Oh, we get the second SCV. Boys are being pulled. We do delay that expansion. Oh, getting a third SCV. Not quite a fourth, but the Adept has arrived. We can finish these off. Marine goes down, and we can get even more workers. We're getting too much damage here in the other game. 3 SCV kills. Delay on the expansion. Killed Marine. And we're not done. Behind this, we have additional gateways. Twilight Council's on the way. This should be for Blink. We have 2 Adepts arriving. We're just camping the production, making sure that Smile cannot expand or cannot mine from that natural, from his expansion. He is stuck in his main. We will eventually break out with the Cyclone. Cyclone will allow us to break through these Adepts and force back Cyan, as Cyan even leaving as the Cyclone does appear. Recognizing that it had finite time left across the map, we'll shade back home. Gateway explosion. It's gonna be 4-gate or 4-gate blink. Oh boy, a very aggressive build here. 4-gate blink from Cyan. Looking to be as aggressive as possible with these blink stalkers. And back at home, Smile is preparing. Unfortunately, because the Reaper went down earlier, we have no scouting. We have no scouting information. We have no way to determine. We don't see the tech. We don't see the production. But thankfully, working on tanks. A bunker on the low ground. If we were fully aware of the build, then we would be seeing a bunker on the high ground as well, I imagine. Alas, Smile only has a piece of the puzzle. And Cyan is building up. Cyan amassing his army, moving out across the map. Prism is on the way, and it's all or nothing for Cyan. Back at home, Smile, what do we have to defend? We have one tank. We have one tank on the low ground. The main base is looking very exposed. And we could just go straight for the main. And if we do, there's just not much here to defend. Shade confirms the tank on the low ground, confirms the bunker. Prism has arrived. That tank, we still need a little bit more time. Smile getting in position. Yeah, we're going for the dive. We blink on top of the army. Cyclone goes down. Oh, the tank as well. Tank unable to siege in time. Going for the Raven. Big pickoffs. Very high value targets here. Blinking back in against the SCVs. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 SCVs go down. We cripple the economy. Tank resieges. Tank is shut down as well. And we've snowballed out of control. It's just too much damage. Too much done. Too quick. And Cyan will take game number 1. GG. A very crisp execution there from Cyan, going for the 4-gate blink. Again, was doing so much damage early on, and Smile did fall behind. Did fall behind in the early game there, was struggling to keep up. Unfortunately, Smile didn't know what was happening, didn't know exactly what build Cyan was going for, so didn't know he had to secure himself and double down on the defense and prepare for the aggression of the Protoss of Cyan. Was just in the dark. And with that, Cyan takes a lead. Cyan does take a lead, and now we're diving into game numero 2. Let's go. Diving into game 2. And the pressure is on Smile. Cyan needs one more win here to advance on into the next round. Smile has to win here and now to force that ace match as we're loading it. Wait. What were the vetoes? What were the... I can't believe my eyes. I'm seeing fireflies. What were the vetoes? Because we're loading into Dynasty. Oh my god. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have our Chinese Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Mystery Gaming, leading the series 1-0. Uno más, one more is all he needs. It is Cyan. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the pink Terran player, representing himself, currently teamless from land of Peru. Previous Terran, it is Smile. Time to smile, Pop. Okay, we're loading into Dynasty. Dynasty, one of the most vetoed maps in the map pool, is very rarely seen for many reasons. It has some very unique features. One of them is the pocket gold base that is tempting to rush into. But in this matchup, it is considered unsafe just because there are so many ways to abuse this from both the Protoss and Terran side of things. With Reapers, Hellions, Cyclones, Marines, range units can punish this. Likewise from Protoss players, Adepts, Stalkers, Immortals, Colossus, you name it. So we should be avoiding these goal-based locations, but we'll see. We'll see if either player does decide to risk it. Typically, the goal bases are taken later on as a 3rd or as a 4th base once you get map control. The probe walling off this Reaper cliff. And with a pylon with the Cyber Core. So solid SimCity here as Cyan does take the regular expansion. Nexus on the way. We do see Smile opening up double gas. It's going to be a double gas opener into a faster factory, into a delayed CC. There we go, factories on the way. And Smile is going to be rallying his first Reaper across the map, trying to get read what's going on, trying to figure out what Cyan is up to. Again, my eyes are definitely going to be on. Smile here. See what he does do. Cyan checks the gold, make sure that it hasn't been taken. Reaper moving out, and we're going for a 1-base all-in. Let's go! Because that is 2 more Raxes, not a command center. 1-base all-in from Smile, doing his best thermal impression. I'm here for it. Let's go. Reaper moves out, runs into an Adept. Ooh, taking a lot of hits. As we do confirm that the gold base has not been taken. Have our natural instead. And we should be massing Marines, and we should be pulling the boys with this as well. Again, it's going to be all or nothing for Smile. And Cyan is still piecing this together. Does confirm there is no expansion on the left-hand side. Does confirm no gold. Big scouting here from Cyan. There's a chance that maybe there's a CC on the high ground yet to be lifted and landed. There is a chance. So Cyan isn't ruling that out yet. Back at home, Twilight Count's opener into Blink. It's looking like 2-gate Blink into a third. Uh-oh. Cyan. How greedy are we going to be here? I'm hoping for a third gateway at least. But now we're on 2. We'll see if a third gateway gets thrown down. There's our Robo follow-up. Still waiting on additional gateways. Meanwhile, Smile building up that bio army. We have our first tank. Adept will confirm. Yeah, shield battery on the way, and we should be setting up. There it is. I'm like, show us the third gateway. Third gateway's on the way. So a very safe response here by Cyan. Doesn't rush into an expansion. Should be warping it. Cyan is moving out. And ideally looking to slow down this army. Pick away at the Marines. Pick away at the tanks. Boys are being pulled. The boys are here. It's all or nothing for Smile. The army is spotted. Ooh, nice position here for Cyan. Does pick away at the Marines. Ooh. Does smash it. Oh, pick off a couple, but we bleed out a Stalker. Ay, ay, ay. Stalker does go down. We do catch 5 Marines so far. Almost a 6. Shield battery in position. Tank is sieging up. Overcharge is popped, and we're going for the tank, but the repairs are too good. Yeah, the repair's a little bit too good. We force our way forward. Massive tank shots going off. Adepts, they come in from behind, but we have plenty of Marines, and we shut down the Adepts. Cyan in trouble. Overcharge runs out. Again, the tank did stand strong. More shield batteries on the way. The Immortal has arrived. But now we're up to 3 tanks. Yeah, the tank count becoming a little bit too high here. The Immortal will help when it comes to focusing down tanks. We have so many Marines to buffer. Bunkers now on the way. Tank volleys on the low ground gate. Yeah, gateway is going to go down. Oh my god, it's going to go down. We take some massive volleys on the main army. And the Smile, can he pull this off? Gets the pylon. Oh, depowers the Robo. The Robo is so close to producing another Immortal. Shield battery is depowered as well. Cyan being forced further and further back. And Smile, he's doing it. Can we get on top of the Robo? Can we deny this Immortal? It's going to be huge. Tank volleys going off once again. Focusing down shield batteries. We do get both. And now we go for the Robo. The Immortal, it looks like it will barely come out in time. The Immortal does pop out, but doesn't matter. Oh, as we get some massive tank shots on the Immortals. And Smile, he is breaking through. The Nexus taking a lot of damage, a lot of hits. The Stalkers as well. Blink is done, and we're coming in from the high ground as well. We dive in. It's all or nothing for Cyan. Getting on top of the first tank. But there's still 3 more tanks behind this. Looks like a second or third tank goes down, but we bleed out everything else. We hold. Or I should say Smile holds. He holds onto this position. He's breaking through. He's just trying to break through into the main. 12 pros went down. We go for the scan. Tank volleys going off. Pushing up this ramp is not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy here. As Cyan tries to catch reinforcements. We gotta send it. Bunker burns down. Cyan down to 1 base. But remember, so is Smile. It's a 1 base all in. Worker counts are even. Marines are getting picked up. Yeah, no reinforcements. We're bleeding out Marines. Oh. Smile running out of steam. It does have another tank on the way. Smile just doesn't have enough. And are we coming back home? We turn around. We back off for now. Stalkers, they come in from behind, and they do barely catch the army. Getting another SCV and a Marine. Tank does siege. Big volley going off. Get a big volley off. As Immortals are moving out, Cyan trying to re-expand. Oh, Smile checking the goal base, but we have not taken that expansion yet. Rotating around, Stalkers move out across the map. They do hit the main. Bit of a pseudo base trade, and can we catch the Immortals? It looks like we can. Okay, the Immortals are exposed. One Immortal falls. The other under fire. At the same time, Cyan going straight for the main base. We have the force field. We hold the line. And Cyan buying time. Has the high ground. Big Immortal volleys going up. Ooh, the tank goes down. But we get the Immortal. That's huge. The Immortal has fallen. Across the map, we deny Kinetic Mining. We catch another tank. Boys are being pulled. And there's the recall. We recall back home. The tank takes too many hits. We have an overcharge. Cyan, he's holding. He's defending. Focuses down another tank. And the overcharge a little bit too good. We clean up all the Marines. It looks like Cyan has done it. GG gets called, and Cyan takes the 2-0. GG. GG, well played. GG, well played. Cyan does take it in the end, does survive the aggression, does survive the all-in, but that was a close game. That was a very, very close all-in. Again, Smile was gaining ground. He was doing so much, breaking through, but just couldn't break the main. He ran out of steam. His reinforcements were getting caught up, and Cyan does hold in the end. GG, congratulations to Cyan. My condolences to Smile, as we have our next series. We have our next matchup. Cyan advancing on to face off against Coffee in those finals. Oh, not in the final, in the next round. I believe the quarterfinals, if I remember correctly. I believe. But GG, well played. Cyan does advance on. And we will be following Cyan into that series. Meanwhile, do we have any other updates? It looks like we do. Okay. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want that link yourself to the Liquipedia page or to the official bracket. You can see here Solar now mid-series versus Geralt. They're in a ZVP. Geralt did take down Special 2-0. We got a shout to Special for competing here this week, but alas did meet his end at the hands of Geralt. And now we have a Zerg versus Protoss in those quarterfinals. Scrolling down, we have our next quarterfinals match. We have a Coffee up against Cyan. Again, we're nearing the end of the tournament. We are running out of matches here in the quarterfinals, followed by the semis, followed by the grand finals thereafter. So Cyan versus Coffee into the upper semis. That is where we are headed on the CranKy Ducklings. Scrolling down, Showtime takes down Psionic 2-0. Showtime still waiting for his next opponent, either Apple Juice or Wayne, currently mid-series. Scrolling down, we have that I was not expecting. We have a pretty big upset. Oh my god. Jason 2-0 Future? What's going on? That's impressive. Shout out to Juggernaut Jason taking down Future 2-0. That is a big win. Future was heavily favored there, so very impressive stuff there out of Jason. I'm sure he was streaming his POV, so I mean that's a solid result right there. Future has fallen, and Jason now waiting for the winner of Max Pax and Ghostly. Again, Max Pax is still favored. He 2-0'd Loki, and he's up against Ghostly, into Jason, into either Showtime, Wayne, or Apple Juice, so wish them all the best of luck. Wish them all the best as they're all duking it out there in the lower half of the bracket. And we are diving into our next series. We're jumping into Coffee versus Cyan. We go. GG, man. Ah, he got close. He got close. Smile got so close with that all-in. But here we go. We have our best of 3. Vetoes are done. Lobby is made. And we're loading into Oceanborn as game 1. Loading into Oceanborn and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have our Chinese Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Mystery Gaming. It is Coffee. He's our ESL Open Cup Asia runner-up from last night, and spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Chinese Protoss player, the Red Protoss, also representing Mystery Gaming as they are teammates. It is Cyan. Here we go, and yes, in the chat, I believe both Cyan and CranKy are neck and neck when it comes to EPT points, and they are looking for whatever points they can gather here to make it into the Esports World Cup. But yes, Riglinium in the chat saying that CranKy is up 15 EPT points. That is true, and EPT points are still available here in these weeklies. They are still on the line. Players can still earn them for at least a little bit longer. I don't know when the cutoff is. I don't know how many more weeks of EPT points, of EPT weeklies we have to gain points. At some point, we have to cut off to invite players and, of course, send out invites and manage those, I was going to say flights, but also visas as well. So both CranKy and Cyan fighting hard here for those EPT points. But now we're settling in. Gonna be a racked expand economic opener here by CranKy. Meanwhile, Cyan across the map going for a gate cyber expand. Standard opener. So in the chat, Jason beats Dark. So can we really say it's an upset? Oh, true. Kappa. As our Reaper does end up shutting down the probe. Probe is going to be shut down. Factory on the way. Again, just a standard setup here from CranKy. I say standard, just an economic setup from CranKy. Is confirmed by Cyan. Reaper moves out, and now it's going to be on CranKy to scout the tech of choice, whether it's a Stargate opener, Twilight Council, maybe even Robo. We can see it's going to be a Twilight Council build here from Cyan. Has been thrown down on the high ground. So far, the Adept does keep up, zoning CranKy away. And CranKy does have to retreat for the time being. Top up that HP. And we've seen quite a bit of gateway play out of Cyan so far. We had 4-gate blink in game 1. We had 3-gate blink in game number 2. How many gates here against CranKy? I was referring to a series against Smile earlier. Referring to that Smile series. There we go. Twilight Council is done. Blink is on the way. Meanwhile, CranKy getting into his own 1-1-1 build. Interesting. Setting up for an add-on swap. Okay. Add-on swap is on the way. I'm curious if this is going to be for early game Banshees. Banshees have been very trendy in the Terran versus Protoss matchup. And there it is. Cloak is being researched and Banshee production has commenced. Again, over the past couple of months, 2-base Banshee play has been very trendy from the Korean Terran players and even Europeans as well. Meanwhile, Hellions moving out. They are moving out across the map, but it looks like we are in position. We have Stalkers, we have Adepts, but ooh, not quite. We go for the mineral line. Yeah, the army just slightly too much to the right-hand side. We get 1 probe so far as we bust into the main base, and Workers there, ooh, taking a lot of damage and taking a lot of hits. They're lining up. Not like this. The barbecue is real. Probes are falling left and right. And how many Workers have we gotten so far? 17! 17 probes go down. That is game-ending damage. That is far too much. 17 probes for 4 Hellions and 1 Reaper. Ay, ay, ay. Again, that was just a brutal moment for Cyan. He was just a little bit too far on the right-hand side. He was not quite in position to deny that run by third base is on the way. It was 2-gate blink into a third. What does this mean? This means because we only have 2 gateways, we can't really counterattack. We can't really punish CranKy. We can't really assert too much aggression. We're moving out with two Stalkers and 1 Adept. That's all we really have to spare because Cyan was opening up economically. He was going for a greedy build here, working towards a third base, and CranKy confirms. CranKy with this Marine Scout confirms the third base. He knows he's safe and sound. Adept shades in. And this was merely phase 1 of the build of CranKy. He kills 17 Workers, moves out with the Banshee up. Oh my god, we have Cloak, but we have detection. Banshee is caught out, but we have another Banshee in the main base, and already 4 probes go down, 5 probes go down. Banshees are wreaking havoc. 22 worker kills in total. Now, it looks like the second Banshee was caught out here by these Stalkers, so only one Banshee did survive. That was a nice catch by Cyan. Very nice catch, but we need more. Shutting down one Banshee is just not good enough. Just because of the game state. As we're settling into our 3-1-1. eBay's on the way for our upgrades. Cyan back at home, still just resaturating his bases, still behind in workers, and now working towards charge. And a third gate. So Cyan still has some catching up to do. As we dive into the main base, but Marines are in position, or we do focus on one of the Stalkers. One of the Stalkers does fall. Tanks sieging up. We have a tank on the natural, tank in the main. CranKy is ready for any kind of aggression. He will not be broken. As we throw down 2 more Raxes at the natural, that is a 5-rack setup. No third TC. This makes sense. Because CranKy has killed so many workers, it makes sense to go for a 2-base push and commit, just because CranKy is still trying to stabilize. As Cyan is trying to stabilize. As Cyan is trying to step back up, we scan the natural, we confirm no gases at the natural base. Gateway explosion, we're relying quite heavily here on charge lots. A very charge lot heavy build here from Cyan. No gases at the natural, no gases at the third base. 6 gates on the way, and we have a Dark Shrine as well. Okay, CranKy is expanding. Third CC is on the way. I believe Cyan did scout it, checking the vision. Yep, third CC has been spotted. Cyan is aware. As CranKy is moving out. Upgrades are finishing. We have combat shields. We have +1 attack. Tank volleys going off here. We catch some Stalkers. Now, pushing into charge lots is a little bit risky as the Banshee does reveal itself once again, catching more workers. 8 kills in total. The Banshee did pay for itself. Tanks are sieging up. Observer goes down. Big tank volleys here on those zealots. Widowmice are leaf poking forward. DTs are coming in. They could try to make or break a defense. If we don't have a scan, the DTs can hold on. As we're going for the tank. Mine shots going off. Tanks are going down. But we do clean up the zealots. And we just stim on forward. There's just almost nothing left to hold on. Immortal comes in, but the Immortal gets shut down immediately. And there's our scan. DT goes down. We have another DT on the way. Oh, not quite. We have Zealots on the way. And it looks like CranKy has done it. We've broken the back of Cyan. We did take a third base, but we didn't need it. Didn't need the third in the end. GG gets called, and CranKy takes game number 1. GG. Again, off of the back of killing 22 probes, even more towards the end there as the Banshee came in, as Cyan was distracted. That was just so much damage dealt by that Hellion dive, and with that, CranKy takes the lead, but it's the best of 3. It is a best of 3 series. We can bounce back here in game number 2. I want to believe that Cyan has it in him to force that ace match. Okay, we all know how good of a player Cyan is, but we have to tighten things up. We cannot afford these missteps. We cannot afford these mistakes. Let's bring it back. Let's go. As we're loading into game number 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our Chinese Terran player, the Blue Terran, leading the series 1-0, representing Mystery Gaming, and 1 game away from advancing on into the semifinals. It is CranKy. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player, also from the land of China, also representing Mystery Gaming, as they are teammates. The pressure is on. He has to fight back here and now to force the ace match to have a chance at making it and qualifying into the Esports World Cup. It is Cyan. Here we go. For those that are curious as to what we are referring to, basically the Esports World Cup does have some regional slots available, which would otherwise go to Oliveira, but because of Oliveira's performance in DreamHack Dallas, that means that the Chinese slot is no longer secure. Otherwise, it would have gone to Oliveira. But Oliveira, he's earned his slot through other means, which means there is an Asia slot available. Up next, just behind Oliveira, is CranKy and Cyan, and they are neck and neck in EPT points. Currently, CranKy does have a slight EPT advantage, a slight lead in those points. And if Cyan were to win this series, I mean, he would have earned some. And, I mean, it isn't just this week, but we have a couple extra weeks here in the lead up to those qualifiers where EPT points are available. So it's that much more important for both CranKy and Cyan to vie for those points. Cyan can still earn that spot, but we need to take the series. That's it. We need to take the game, at least. Now we're calming things down. Is going to be a double gas opener this time at a CranKy, not going for a faster command center. We do have our factory on the high ground. Interesting. Okay. As we did go for the Reaper. Reaper first into Reactor. This could be Reactor Reaper Hellion. Could be quite an aggressive opener from CranKy. Could also go into an add-on swap into earlier Cyclones. Now Reaper does pull back. Hellion production has begun. And the reactor will soon complete as well. Meanwhile, Cyan opening up very safely, going for a Robo Opener. Okay, now we've spoken about this before. A Robo Opener does lead into earlier Immortal production for safety. It does lead into a faster bait into Colossus. It is just a much more defensive way to open up here in this matchup. The downside is you don't have any Phoenixes or Oracles or Blink to be aggressive on the map and to be assertive and to move out. We're going to be stuck at home instead. Unless we rush into a Warp Prism, which is also viable. Meanwhile, there it is. We have gone for Reactor Reaper. It's going to be triple Reaper, double Hellion, moving out across the map. The goal of this army is to get into a mineral line and to roast up some workers. We are moving out. Behind this, following it up with a safety Widow Mine into drop play. Back at home, we have a shield battery. We have our army in position. We're ready for this. This time we should be ready. CranKy does rock up, trying to knock back this wall. Does bust in. One of them goes down. We've raced past the army. Diving into the main base. Probes are under fire once again, but only one Hellion this time. We do catch a couple of workers, but nowhere near as much as we did in game one. Ooh, but more probes are going down. Oh, we do catch a couple more, and it looks like how many in total? 8. 8 probes have fallen. That's a good amount of damage for 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions. 8 probes did go down. We got a full scout of the main base. Not a bad start for CranKy, but that wasn't game-ending damage. Again, it wasn't as much as game 1, which was 22 workers. That was crazy. We're going to be following this up with a mine drop. Back at home, CranKy is expanding, getting his natural up and running, building up towards his 3-1-1 setup. The mine drop is poised to go into the main. We can see Cyan, okay, not rushing into a bay, working towards a Twilight Council. Observers are coming out. Prism across the map. At the same time, CranKy does dive into that mineral line, and how fast will we react? The reaction! The mine shots up! Oh my god. We do react in time. We pull away. And only 2 probes go down at the same time. Here comes that War Prism into the main base of CranKy. Cyan is not taking this line down. Jumping into the main, but we are in position. Viking does take a lot of hits. Trading a Stalker for a Viking. That's an okay trade. It's okay. Jumping into the main, getting 1 SCV. Oh. Getting an SCV, getting a Marine as well. Not bad. So do rotate over towards that natural. Picking up a couple of Marines. Catching a Marine here and there. Again, I mean, this is still value for Cyan. Meanwhile, that mine drop did survive, and now we're coming back in. Dive back into the main base. Blink is still not done. The mine drop's going to be going up. Medevac will fall. And only 2 more probes. 4 probes in total. Cyan will clean this up, and we are going for a gateway explosion. That is a 6-gate setup on 2 bases. Did I say 6 gates? My apologies. A 7-gate setup on 2 bases. This looks like a 2-base all-in. This screams 2-base all-in. The Prism has survived. Mass charge lot on the way. Not blink. And did CranKy scout this? We scouted part of this. We saw some extra gateways on the way. But is it enough of a tell? Because it's all or nothing for Cyan. Yeah, Sorg's on the left-hand side. We have the Prism getting ready to dive into the main. Zealots are on the way. Gateway's getting up and running. It looks like Cyan, he's thinking about potentially expanding. We could either expand or warp in. What do we go for? Storm is being researched. An 8th gateway on the way. So 8-gate charge from Cyan. No expansion. And CranKy is preparing back at home. We have 2 tanks on the low ground. We have a bunker as well. The main is more exposed. Stim is now done though. Stim has completed. The Viking does zone away the Prism. And there it is. 3rd base is now being taken. So Cyan is expanding, but this 3rd base is late. This 3rd base could have been so much faster instead of most of these gateways. As extra gases have been taken, scan reveals the timing of the 3rd. CranKy now knows it's not an all-in. CranKy now knows it's safe to expand. Cyan will pull back. It's going to be pulling back from here again. It looks like Cyan, he saw the defensive setup, didn't like what he saw, didn't like what he sees, and is going to try and transition. Storm is now done. We have plenty of storms available. Cyan, he's holding his own. And here comes the move out. Is spotted by the observer. Cyan is aware, and again, we have so many storms available here. Speaking of, storm drop into the natural. And into the main. Zealots into the main base. 9 SCVs going down. We get a 10th, 11th. 11 SCVs in the main. We force back the army at the same time. Drop. Oh, won't quite commit. Oh, as Cyan bleeds out the Prism. The Prism falls. There was an Archon inside. Meanwhile, we have plenty of storms available back at home. High Templar are spotted. CranKy is kiting well. Good connection. Very nice Widowmine shot there from CranKy. But again, he has to be very careful with pushing into this. Do we have a 3rd CC? No. Still no 3rd CC from CranKy. Still committed. And again, we just can't push into this. Where's the 3rd? I'm waiting for the 3rd. Ay, ay, ay. Attempt to shut down. Army moves out. Observer does spot this. Army's getting in position. And you can see how carefully CranKy has to maneuver his army. Observer is spotted. So are the Zealots. A massive Zealot run-by is being attempted. CranKy still very all in. Zealot run-by does slip by. CranKy going to be responding. Does spot the Zealots. And CranKy responds with everything, forcing a recall. Does force a recall. Main army pushing on the left-hand side. CranKy is racing back. It's a very tense situation here for CranKy, and the longer this goes on, the better it is for the Protoss. As Cyan is now on 4 bases. He's getting his 4th. And CranKy still has not expanded. It's completely all in. Completely all in at this point. Scans, gets eyes on the High Templar. Double jump into the main. Dust him in. And we'll catch a pylon. Not bad. A pylon goes down. Main army pushing forward. Ghosts have arrived. EMPs. It's going to be all about those EMPs. And we're going for it. Up. Up. Oh, we get one. Feedback's thrown down. A massive storm. Oh my god. The storms are insane. We sit in the storms. So many Marines go down. A good start for Cyan. And now we're going to be reinforcing with Zealots. Big mine shot here on the Prism. And we still have NG for more storms. And Coffee's running out of steam. EMP is not quite connecting. Storm on the tanks. Cyan has to be careful though. Has to be careful not to overextend. Pulling back. The Bio Army pushing in. Oh, another storm! Oh, we do sit in it. Massive storm connects. But I believe that was the final storm. But it looks like that's all we needed. Looks like that's the last storm that we did need. As we chase Coffee all the way back home. GG gets called as he was completely all in, and we're going to the ace match. Whew. GG, well played. Cyan bouncing back here in game number 2, able to shut down the earlier aggression, able to commit initially to an all-in and then deviate away from it. As soon as Cyan recognized that he could not break Coffee on 2 bases, Cyan expanded, rushed into Storm. That was the game-winning move for Cyan. Coffee was stuck on 2 bases, committed to an all-in, and Cyan saw everything, was so prepared for it. Did shut it down. GG. We're going to game 3. All the way to game number 3. Oh boy. And how will this story end? So we're setting up for our next game. Looks like it's going to be on Crimson Court. Okay, interesting. Crimson Court is going to be coming up next. Is one of our more vetoed maps as well in the map pool. One of the more vetoed maps. But it looks like our players are asking for a break. Our players are asking for a moment here. I don't blame them. It's a very tense situation, considering how much there is on the line for both Coffee and Cyan. Sounds like they do need a moment here to gather their bearings. Set up. Meanwhile, do we have any other results coming in? Do we have any other updates? Looks like not quite. Oh, Apple Juice took a map off of Wayne. Very impressive. Very impressive stuff there. Looks like Wayne took down Apple Juice 2-1. Now facing off against Showtime. Max Pax took down Ghostly Swarm at 2-1 as well. Now up against Jason. They are. Well, the quarterfinals is fully underway. All the quarterfinals matches are currently mid-series. And again, as a reminder, we're going to be following this series, Cyan versus Coffee, most likely into the upper semis. Going to be following this into the upper semifinals. And into the grand finals thereafter. We might be able to catch the lower semis. We might be able to, depending on how fast or how slow things are. We might be able to catch it. Otherwise, again, just 2 series left. Semis and finals. So at least 2 series remaining. As it looks like our players are ready and we are diving into game number 3. It all ends here on Crimson Court. It's time to judge. Let's go. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Crimson Court, we have our Chinese Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Mystery Gaming, being forced into the ace match. Can he bounce back? It is Coffee. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player, also representing Mystery Gaming from the land of China, fighting for his Esports World Cup qualification. Can he bring down his opponent? It is Cyan. Again, both players are. Currently, Coffee is ahead in EPT points, so if he wins this series, he will maintain and extend that lead. If Cyan wins this series, then he's going to be closing that gap and edging ever closer here to that world qualification spot. Again, for those that are curious, you get 10 EPT points for winning this tournament, for winning the weeklies. You get 5 for second place, and you get 2 for fourth place, so for the semifinals. So you don't get EPT points unless you make it into the next round. And again, Cyan needs as many points as he can get. Especially because Coffee did make it into the finals last night in ESL Asia. So the pressure is on Cyan. But now it's going to be a double gas opener. Double gas here from Coffee, faster factory. Meanwhile, Cyan going for the Gates Hyper Expand. Standard opener from our Protoss player. Bit of a safer opener here out of Coffee, more tech heavy. Going to be Reaper into Reactor. I imagine into Reacted Reapers once again. I mean, Coffee has been quite successful with his early game Reaper Hellion Harass, but after 2 games of that, I imagine Cyan is going to be tightening up his defenses here in game number 3. As the Probe Scout comes in, and we do get eyes on the expansion. Got that CC follow-up. It's not a one-base all-in. Reaper Scout is denied, as he does zone the Reaper away. And looks like we're going to be falling back on another Twilight Council opener. As a reminder, last game, Cyan opened Robo, not Twilight Council. Did open up Robo with our Observers, with our Prism first. Then we went into Charge, not Blink. So this time with this Twilight Council opener, this should be for Blink Stalkers. It should be, I imagine, 2, maybe 3 gate Blink into an Expand. We'll keep an eye on Cyan. Oh, my apologies, as that is not Blink, that is Charge. Bappy. A very aggressive build, very unorthodox. You rarely get to see Charge first here in PvT, but we're rushing into Charge. Should be going for a Gateway Explosion on 2 bases. And Coffee did build up towards Triple Reaper, Double Hellion once again. Now the Reapers, they head into the main, and their goal is to distract these units to bring it all over into said main base. First Adept is taking a lot of hits. And the first Adept goes down. Probes are falling. Hellions, they bust into the natural base. They bust into the mineral line. How many probe kills can we get? Oh, not a lot, actually. We're shutting this down. A much cleaner defense, and only 1 probe falls. As the Hellions are forced back. So are the Reapers. A much cleaner defense here from Cyan. The cleanest defense we've had so far this series. And this is what I was worried about. I was worried about like embracing and committing to this a little bit too often and too frequently over the course of these 3 games. Cyan has been getting better. Has been acclimating here to Coffee. Reaper dips in, heads for the natural, and gets a scout off. And we, I believe, have confirmed the tech. Yep, we did get eyes on the Twilight Council. 2 more gates on the way. Reaper gets shut down. It's going to be 4 gates in total, so 4 gate charge from Cyan. We are mining through these minerals at least to gain access to the 3rd base. Ooh, as an Adept does shade in. That should not have happened. 2 SCVs go down. Good pickoffs here from Cyan. Back at home, we're settling into our 3-1-1 setup. Tank production well underway. Cyan is not skipping warp-ins. The charge ults are spotted. Yeah, big scouts. Coffee does confirm charge. And he pulls back. Immediately we pull back home. Again, you don't want to push into charge lots. Mass Zealot can overwhelm, especially tank-based armies, because once Zealots get on top of the tanks don't do anything. They can't shoot and shoot anything basically right next to them. So Coffee pulls back. Does get eyes on the Prism. Coffee forced to respawn, forced to pull back to the main. Keeping on with the War Prism. Charge ults are going to be dropped. And nice control here out of Cyan, keeping those ults alive. Has to do juggle back, shutting down a lot of Marines. That was 6 Marines going down for 0 units. Very nice drop there from Cyan. Again, he's expanding back at home. And we are working towards our next step. Working towards the Bay. Gateway Explosion +1. Third base getting up and running. Cyan is macroing up. Likewise, Coffee throws down a 3rd CC. We had no 3rd base in game number 2, but here Coffee is expanding. We're working towards a longer game. I'm here for it. Here for it. I'm ready for a more back and forth mid-game. Survey position, getting a full scout. Likewise, jump across the map. We have a shield battery, but not many units in position, so we can maybe get some worker kills. Cyan focusing on his own drop. His own War Prism. Marines coming in. Stim is not done, but we can walk in. We do get 1 probe. Get 2. 2 probes go down. We get the hell out of there. Remember, we open up charge, not blink, so there's no way to chase down these medevacs. We do get a Zell drop here into the natural waste, forcing friendly fire. Yeah, the tanks, they have to 1 siege. We get 2 for 2. 2 SCVs for 2 probes. Probes are being knocked down. Prism pulling back. Coffee moving out to expand, taking his 3rd CC at the triangular location, not the linear 3rd. Expanding towards the center instead. And we're calming things down. We're just calming things down, building up with our 3 bases. Colossus production has commenced. Only 1 robo, as we have yet to take our gases at the 3rd. Just making 1 Colossus at a time. Blink is on the horizon, soon to finish. It will give our army just a little bit more flexibility here to keep up with the drop play of Coffee. So you barely save that Prism. And yeah, I'm kind of liking Cyan's position overall. I mean, I say that, Coffee is moving out. Does have Vikings on the way. I believe the Ghost Academy has not yet been thrown down. Just Bio Viking. Threatening a drop towards the main. Army getting in position at the 4th. And we do thankfully have a couple units here lying in wait in the main base, ready for the drop. And we're committing! Oof. We try to, but we spot the army, we back off. Very mature there from Coffee. Does back off, does retreat. Cyan keeping up. Does spot the medevacs. And Coffee turns back around. Doesn't lose any units. Maintains his army supply. Does pull back home. Meanwhile, Cyan likewise building up on 4 bases. No extra gases yet. Once we take extra gases, we can throw down extra robos and work towards disruptors. As it's going to be a Gateway army with Colossus up against Fire Viking Ghost. Marines, Marauders, Ghosts are amassing. No more tank production here for the Terran player. Ooh, Prism goes down. As we try to go for a backstab. And there it is. 2nd robo. Disruptors are on the way. So now we're getting to our disruptor production. Likewise, Coffee pushing through the center. Cyan does spot this. He's ready for this. Never goes off. Sending away the army. Oh! EMP does connect. Charge Horse diving in. But this is not the fight to take. Cyan has to back up. The Colossus is taking a lot of damage there. Nova connecting with 1 Marauder. Tanks are getting within range. And Cyan has to pull back. Giving ground to Coffee. Blinks forward. But the Disruptors, no! Nova's going to be going off. No connections. Disruptors are going down, but it looks like the Gateway army. Can we break through? As the final Nova will connect, we can focus out the tanks one after the other. But what about the bio? As the Marines, they still on forward. There's one Colossus left, and one Colossus is barely enough. Cyan is holding. Not the cleanest hold. It did cost us 2 Disruptors, 2 Colossus. But Cyan holds onto his 4th base. Our workers are safe and sound. And Coffee throws out his own 4th. 4th CC on the way. Coffee scanning, trying to get eyes on any further expansions. Drop is sent out. Cyan is taking a 5th. Taking extra gases. We have our... Okay, only the 1 gas guys are here as in the 4th. Drop is revealed. We get into the mineral line. Cyan late to respond. You only get 3 probes. Good reaction. Cyan pulls away in time. Saves his workers. And even moving out on the map as well. Bold move. Knocking down these rocks. Widowmine does spot the army. And Cyan is going to get the hell out of here, yeah. That to say. Being quite cavalier here with only like 2 Colossus and 2 Disruptors. Cyan is pulling back. Again, I don't know if you noticed, but his robot production has been a little bit staggered here. Not actually being able to produce 2 units at a time. A big reason for that, again, is our lack of gas. Which we should be embracing momentarily. Still heavily reliant on mineral income here. Focusing on charge lots. I believe we have no... Do we have a Temple Archives? No. Yeah, we don't. No Temple Archives, no Archons yet. No Storm. Gateway Army with robo-based units. I mean, against all these ghosts, we don't really... There's not as much value in Archons, to be fair. Going for a Stargate. Okay, working on our Skytoss transition. I was waiting for some kind of tech. Whether it was a 3rd robo or a Stargate. I was waiting for something. We have our answer. As now we have extra gases being taken. Army coming on the right-hand side. It's gonna be just it was gonna be forced back. War Prism making its way towards the natural. There are some turrets in position, but we can break through. Turrets to get a couple of hits in, and Zealots are dropped in. We have Marines in position, and we can focus out the prism. We deny the warp in. Soul Defense by Coffee. We have a Fusion Core on the way. Starport as well. We're getting ready for Liberator transition. Meanwhile, Cyan working towards a 2nd Stargate, a Fleet Beacon, and Skytoss. Now, these extra starports are going to be very important. Vikings going to be crucial here against a Skytoss-based army. Is on the horizon. Is on the way. Yeah, 3rd Stargate in production here for Cyan. Army's moving out. Nova's going up. Catches them with Widowmines. Did a friendly fire. Widowmines and Zealots. Connections aren't looking too bad. Coffee rotating around and pushing towards the 5th base. Nexus is exposed. Cyan caught out of position. But here come those Disruptors. That's a kill on the Nexus. EMPs do connect. Massive EMPs on the army. Oh my god. EMPs are insane. And Cyan, these Novas are just a little bit too little too late. Cyan is double expanding. You're on the right and left hand sides. Ooh. Nice splits here out of Coffee. Avoids the Novas. Gets a Disruptor. And gets 14 probe kills. Again, Cyan is expanding here. Double expanding. But no mining yet. Did lead out bases. Mine shots going up. Harvey's exploded. We focus on the Disruptors. Oh, massive connection. Finally a good connection here for Coffee. Sorry, for Cyan. But is it enough? As Coffee pulls back, he regroups. Still holding his own. Cyan is still on 72 workers. CranKy likewise on a bit of a lower worker count, working on 3-3. Liberator production has commenced. And after losing the space, Cyan actually can't afford Skytoss. He has 3 Stargates and a Fleet Beacon, but yeah, gases are being taken. We're main nodding over towards the left-hand side. Liberators are arriving. Cyan cannot sustain Skytoss. Not right now. Not anymore. That is going to give CranKy a big advantage. Liberators do see each other going for a big DT counterattack. But we do hold on. Force DTs to recall, drop on the left-hand side. Going for the fresh mining base. And Cyan is on the back foot. And here comes that drop. Shield batteries, they're not done yet. We can blink forward, forcing the army back. Stim forward is all I have to say. Do you catch one of those stalkers? We get 2. We get 3. And almost a 4th. At the same time, liberation zones, they have arrived. We have freedom. We focus down the shield battery, focus down the overcharge. We do deny it. And there's 1 disruptor left with the main army. Cyan being bullied back. Barely trying to hold on. Liberators are finally being cleaned up by the Phoenix. But the Nexus will fall. And we shut down the base. CranKy is still unaware of the base on the right-hand side, but it's not even mining. Doesn't matter too much. As Cyan is desperately trying to get into Tempest production. Oh! There we go. Grazing the army. But freedom has arrived. Liberation zones being thrown down on top of the army. And Cyan has to retreat. As we're just rallying across the map, EMP connects. And the Novas are lackluster. And the Nexus falls. And CranKy is snowballing out of control. Diving on the army. Nova will connect, but it doesn't even matter. We can take the Nova to the face. We like it. It's just becoming too much. I mean, the Tempests are getting some damage done. A lot of supply here in Medivacs. The army is heavily overstimmed. Cyan is barely trying to hold on here. With these Tempests, we might be able to. Yeah, there's only 1 Marine, 1 Ghost, barely any anti-air. Cyan is kind of holding, but no! We almost overextend. Yeah, we do overextend. Colossus goes down. The Vikings have arrived. We now have some anti-air. We can shoot up and shoot down. As Vikings land, the CranKy knows he's so close to breaking Cyan here and now. Oh, so close. Chasing down that final Tempest and Disruptor. Only Stalkers remain. Stalkers do remain. Cyan still maintaining top left. Still has that base on the right hand side, and CranKy will finally scout it. Finally gets eyes on the Nexus. And now CranKy can focus it down. And as CranKy heads over to these fringe bases, a big shout out to Juggernaut Jason. I noticed earlier, but it was in the middle of a fight. But a big shout out, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. I mean, I'm sure you were laddering earlier. But I did take note of your performance, and congratulations on bringing down a Future. A very big win for Jason. I was very shocked to see it. So congratulations on your win. I imagine you had a series against MaxPack, so I hope you enjoyed yourself. Hope you were able to learn from that series and that experience. And thank you so much for the raid. As we're here in the upper half of the tournament. DT's coming into defend. We will clean this up. Marines are being shut down. But again, CranKy is just snowballing out of control. His macro, his production, his economy. Just that much better here compared to Cyan. Cyan does have a base up and running towards the top left at least. Yes, 1 base up and running, but we're running out of money. Running out of resources everywhere else. So we drop into the main base. Oh, no detection. Oh, there's the scan. There's the scan we needed. At the same time, the army pushing in towards that 4th. Nexus under fire. And all we need are scans. As long as we have detection, we should be okay. It's a kill, not a cancel on the Nexus. The DTs are putting in a lot of work. Liberation zones are thrown down. Meanwhile, the drop of the main base still wreaking havoc, depowering and just denying so much production. Going for the Cyber Core. Cyber Core goes down. Cyan will hold onto the space. I mean, kind of. It did go down, but is being rebuilt. Cyan is barely holding. And I feel like has been on the back foot for quite some time now. It's been impressive that we were able to survive for this long. DT's coming in, but we have a planetary. The turret is going to be focused down, but we have a scan. And Coffee holds. Coffee does hold. Gets the disruptor, gets both disruptors. Novas won't connect. GG gets called, and Coffee finally breaks Cyan, taking the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Coffee as he does take the series. Does take the series in the end. And does advance on to the semifinals. My condolences to Cyan as he did put up an amazing fight and did force the ace match, but alas was overwhelmed here in that final game. We had a back and forth. To be fair, there was a back and forth between Cyan and Coffee, but in the end just could not keep up with Coffee. It was bleeding out too much. Took a little bit too long to get into our gases, to get into our economy. We were sustaining too many losses and could not keep up with the trades of Coffee. GG, well played. Remember, Cyan, he teched up into Skytoss towards Triple Stargate into a fleet beacon, but could not even afford Skytoss as bases were falling left and right. Again, congratulations to Coffee. Does make it to the semis, does earn extra EPT points, does extend his lead over Cyan. And up next, do we have our next series? Do we have our... Oh, sorry, I should update the score. Bam, there we go. Do we have our next series? Do we have our next opponent? Beating Future is no mean feat. Yeah, I mean, again, I was very impressed. I was very impressed with Jason in his series against Future. I didn't get to tune into the series, but I did see the score line. So, very impressive stuff. Congratulations here. Shout out to Jason. As we're getting ready for our next series, and we went to the ace match. Solar did take down Geralt 2-1. But it did go all the way to game number 3, so impressive stuff there out of Geralt, making Solar bleed in the quarterfinals. And now it's going to be a rematch. For those that maybe are unaware, we casted ESL Open Cup Asia last night. Unfortunately, we were the only English stream. All the other casters are traveling. And again, shout out to Steadfast. Steadfast, I believe he was covering the European weekly, as we were covering the Asia weekly. Now we've joined forces here in Americas. And yes, Solar versus Coffee was a best-of-5 grand finals last night. It did go the way of Solar, 3-1. Coffee did take a game, but Solar was the more dominant force. But it was still very back and forth. I'm always reminded of Game 1. Game 1 was very close between Solar and Coffee. Coffee was so close to breaking Solar with his Hellbat push, with his aggression on Golden Aura. Was impressive stuff. And here comes a rematch. Best of 3. Best of 3 semifinals between Coffee and Solar. And we are preparing. We are switching on over to the Korean server. And vetoes are underway. Vetoes are underway. And if you're in the chat, predictions will soon be open. We're going to get some Gamba going, and predictions will be open for Solar versus Coffee. We'll soon be able to embrace that yourselves. And do we have any other updates? 1 moment. Manage predictions. 1 moment here. So, sorry, I didn't even catch up in the lower semifinals. So, scrolling on down, do we have any other updates? We have Showtime taking down Wayne 2-1, went all the way to the ace match. Big shout to Wayne to force that ace match as well. Very impressive. Taking a game off of Showtime. And we scroll all the way down, and I assume this was the case that MaxPax did take down Juggernaut Jason 2-0, advancing on to the semifinals as well. As we have a PvP semis, a Protoss is confirmed for the finals. Will it be Showtime or MaxPax? Yet to be determined. Yet to be determined here. As, again, a shout out to Jason for going as far as he did. Very impressive stuff. And, yeah, we have that PvP currently ongoing in the semifinals. We are going to be focusing on the upper semis. We're focusing on Solar versus Coffee. If this is a fast series, we can maybe catch the tail end of Showtime versus MaxPax. Otherwise, we're going to be following this into the grand finals. So at least 2 series remaining. At least 2 series left. Otherwise, we're going to be going on a short break. Thank you for tuning in. Stick around. We're going to be going on a short break as our players are conducting their vetoes. And once we return from the break, we will have that Zerg versus Terran matchup. See you soon. Oh, never mind. I was gonna cut to break, but we have our lobby. We have our lobby. We have our series. Just catching up. Coffee 2-1? Yes, yes. Coffee did take it 2-1. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on how you believe the series will unfold, on who you think will advance on. Will Solar advance on to the grand finals once again, 2 weeks in a row, or will Coffee get his revenge and cause the upset? As predictions are open. Okay, we love the MaxPax series. Hope you enjoyed yourself. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our red Zerg player. The red Zerg player representing Team Vitality from land of South Korea. It is Solar. Yet he is last night's ESL Open Cup Asia champion. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have last night's ESL Open Cup Asia runner-up. We have the blue Terran player from land of China representing Team Mystery Gaming. It is Coffee. We go. And I am getting deja vu. This is not the first time in the last 24 hours that we have casted these 2 players on Golden Aura of all maps. If you remember, if you were here for it last night, then you would remember that Coffee did open up with a 3cc Hellbat all-in. Or Hellbat push. Not all-in, not all-in. But it was a Hellbat push with Marauders with Concussive Shell. And Coffee did successfully hide the build. He hid the armor, he hid the Marauders, was able to deny the scout and shut down the Overlord and keep Solar in the dark. And that led to a wild game where Solar was on the back foot. He was barely surviving, barely holding on. It was a very tense game as the game continued from there into our 3-base setup, into our 4-base setup. Solar did take it in the end, but it was still a very, very close series. We'll see how Coffee approaches it this time. See how he will approach this as we have our standard opener, Rax into Expand. Rax into expansion here from Coffee. Meanwhile, Solo going for a hatch gas pool, standard opener as well. We're just easing into our game. No crazy 15-15. Or pool first. Nothing out of the norm yet. Really, my eyes are on Coffee. Coffee has been a little bit more spicy as of late. We've been seeing a lot more unique builds or different follow-ups in a series. I mean, it's Coffee. He's just a more aggressive player in general. Has been for a long time. Coming up with his own builds. Having his own take on things. As for now, Lings are going to be keeping up. One Ling goes down. Not a bad start. Threading the mineral line, but the drones will be kept safe, and the Reaper is going to be forced back. So Solar should hold on. The Reaper does dive in. We do dip back in, but again, we shouldn't quite get a worker. Drones are getting low, but Solar does pull back in time. The second queen has arrived. We do force back the Reaper. We do punish it a little bit, but the Reaper will survive. And back at home, that is a third CC before Starport, an economic build, an economic follow-up. Now again, last night we did see 3cc into Marauders, into a Hellbat push, but again, I don't expect to see that 2 nights in a row, or 2 days in a row. I don't expect to see that once again, as the Tech Lab is on the way, and this should be for an add-on swap into Banshees. That should be. We'll see. Meanwhile, Solar expanding, taking his third. Joining up, keeping up with his queens, or keeping up with the Reaper. As we try to shut down the tumor, but we will force back said Reaper. And Ling's chasing it down. Hellions are on the way, and Coffee will preserve the Reaper a little bit longer. We'll keep it alive. There's the add-on swap, and Banshee production has commenced. So far everything looking standard from the side of Coffee. Just 3cc Banshee with Hellion aggression. Cloak is being researched, it's on the way. And we do catch a tumor, not bad. One of the tumors does go down. And it's on Solar to keep up with his opponent. Overlord Scout is coming in, and the Overlord Scout should confirm additional Hellions and potentially the Starport as well. The Overlord is making its way in. Let's get eyes on the add-on swap, confirming that it's going to be Bio, not Mech. And the Overlord does get eyes on the Tech Lab, sees it researching, is aware of the Cloak Banshees. So a very nice scout here from Solar, fully aware of what's going on. Back at home, we should be throwing down spores momentarily to get ready for those Banshees. Coffee is threatening that fourth base. Does threaten the fourth. Gets a couple of volleys in, but will be forced back. And there we go. We have a spore at the third, in the natural, and in the main base. Spore in every single mineral line. Solar is ready for those Banshees. Behind this is going lair first. It's going to be a lair opener into a Baneliness, so a very safe build out of Solar. Not cutting any corners against Coffee, especially after last night. Makes sense. As Solar does decide to delay his Evo Chambers in favor of the lair and the Baneliness. There we go. Evo Chambers now on the way, a little bit later. Does mean that Coffee will have an upgrade lead, as Coffee's already working on 1-1. So there's going to be a slight window here. Coffee will have that upgrade advantage. The Banshees have arrived. Not getting much damage yet. They do chip away at the third base. Okay, keep pulling at the third. At the fourth. We do soften up that hatchery. Headed now for the third mineral line. And not bad, getting 5 drones over. Oh my god, 6 drone kills. Very nicely done. 6 drones go down, Banshees back up. Likewise, Hellions diving in between the bases, clearing up a lot of creep. Here they catch both active tumors. Very nicely done. And the Banshees do back up. They rotate back around, they race back home. Meanwhile, we can see Solar taking up even further, throwing down a fast Hydra Den. Okay, so it's going to be Lingbane Hydra. Again, Hydra production going to be a little bit faster than we would otherwise be accustomed to. Hydra's going to be on the horizon. Coffee throwing down additional Raxes. I believe that should be... Ooh, okay, we're getting up to 8 Raxes here on 3 bases. We have yet to take extra gases or take up further, so it looks like Coffee is going for a 3-base all-in. Does look to be the case. Okay, Coffee doubling down on the aggression, going to be rallying across the map. The 8 racks still kicking in. We do catch some queens. Oh, we get 1. 1 queen going down. Bailing speed about to finish up. Just in time for this push. And Coffee gets caught out. Take a couple of bailings to the face. And Solar will deflect this, will hold. Coffee having to retreat. Hellbat push on the right hand side, does catch a queen, but should be cleaned up. Again, there's no support here. The Hellbats are going to go down, and we save the base. At the same time, Coffee threading the other hatchery, and he will get that. Oh, does get it! barely. Fourth base does go down. And we're expanding. Okay, we are expanding. We do have an A-rack set up, but we're expanding. We should be working towards our next step. We still have a lot of bio to work with. Coffee's still being hyper aggressive, but is thinking further ahead. So rotating over towards this hatchery, and it's so low. And Coffee wants it, and he's gonna get it. Sims on forward, hatchery goes down. Solo knocked down to 3 bases. And this isn't just hindering Solo's economy, but also the production. We are limiting our larva. Mine shots going off, ooh, forcing a bit of friendly fire. Marines will back up. Drop coming back in, but we are in position. Solo will defend his 4th. Will it keep it alive? Again, Solar is holding his own. And Coffee back at home is expanding. Taking his own 4th. Oh, that's an unfortunate depot. We'll shut it down. But is expanding, taking our own 4th. Macroing up. And Solar is going to be the first to max out. Has hit 200 supply, but is stuck at home, rebuilding these bases, resaturating. Coffee moving forward, denying a lot of creep. Active tumors going down. There's 1 active tumor, and there might. I was going to say 1 active tumor left, but it is sniped as well. Coffee's keeping up with the movement of Solar. Doesn't lose the drop. Does pull back. We can see Solar taking up. We have the Hive on the way. Lurker Den as well. The Hydra Lurker Viper. We're getting there. So Coffee is reinforcing. Once again, clearing up a lot of creep. Line shots not looking too bad either. But the drop is denied. You'll see Coffee once again threading that base, threading that hatchery. Solo coming in for the surround. And only 2 medevacs. This army is not going to get out of here. At least it shouldn't. Not bad. Nice kiting here by Coffee. Hold the zone. Kiting off of creep. Likewise, we're going for the hatchery, but this 5th base will survive. It'll take a couple of hits, but is going to be kept up and running. Drop in towards the 3rd. Like, Coffee's being quite active, but we're bleeding out a lot of units. Medevacs are going down, Marines are going down. Solar is still maxed. And Coffee might be throwing away a little bit too much, as we haven't really gotten a return on our investment so far. Earlier we were killing hatcheries. Earlier it was worth it earlier, but now again another full medevac goes down. The hatcheries have survived. Coffee diving on queens. Some decent mine shots. Connecting with the lings. Ghosts are close. No detection for Solar. Risky move here from Coffee, as we can manually detonate those banelings. But the ghosts do hold their own. Not bad. Coffee gaining ground. Jumping on the right hand side. Trying to keep up, throwing down 3 C. Oh my god, 3 CCs. Okay, I see you. Solar catches out the drop. Ooh, big bailing connections. The drops are cleaned up. See Coffee rotating on the right hand side. Coffee plummeting in supply. We have to be careful to bleed out too much too quickly. Mine count is reset. And the Hive is done. We have Vipers on the way. Just Solar is just out scaling Coffee. Again, Coffee has been very aggressive, but as we mentioned before, these drops just haven't really been worth it. Not anymore. Medevac goes down. Bailing's rolling in, crashing into the army. What little is left of it. Coffee does hold on and does take another base, but Solar still maxed out, still has been able to maintain his 5 base setup, working on the 6th. Lean Bane rallying across the map. And even going for the Nidus Worm into the main. And we just have to deny bases. We go on top of the planetary. Planetary goes down. There's no saving it. Nice in the main is denied, but again, Solar still got damage done. Goldie was looking for. Power bomb on the Metamax. Bailey's a roll in. There is a planetary, thankfully. Coffee does hold. But it costs us a base, costs us 7 SCVs. The orbital's barely standing. And Solar backs off and remaxes. Again, the pressure that Solar was under is no longer there. We're respreading all the creep, the bases, they're fully operational. They have been for quite some time. And Coffee is just running out of units. Running out of our economy here. GG gets called. We don't even get a final fight as the writing is on the wall. And Solar takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Ooh, Solar does take the first game. Again, Coffee was doing well early on in the mid game, but over time was overcommitting to these drops and it wasn't worth it anymore. He was no longer killing bases, was not getting drone damage either. At a certain point, there was diminishing returns in favor of Solar and against Coffee. And in the end, Solar does take the first game. It was impressive stuff from Coffee, but was not enough. And now we're getting ready for game number 2. Meanwhile, do we have any other updates? Because I do see some more casters filing in. Okay. It looks like we are getting ready here for game number 2. I did notice Dave, shout out to Dave Testa, another fellow community caster, is here. And that is because we have our finalist. This just in, MaxPax took down Showtime 2-0, and MaxPax is waiting in the grand finals for the winner of this series. Going to be either Solar or Coffee. Solar is 1 game away from making it into those finals. Coffee has to fight back here and now to force that ace match. And we might be inducing a bit of PTSD because we're loading into Alcyone. And again, if you were here last night, you would know that this is the map that Coffee did win on. Coffee did take a game last night. It was here on Alcyone off of the back of a 2-Rax Reaper build. And I wonder if we do the same. I wonder if we try to embrace the same opener from the side of Coffee. As here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our red Zerg player representing Team Vitality, leading the series 1-0, 1 game away from making it into the grand finals. It is Solar. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Chinese Terran player, the blue Terran representing Mystery Gaming. Down in this series, looking to bounce back here and now. It is Coffee. We go. Here we go, as Coffee is going for the racks on the high ground with the depot as well, so it is not going to be 2-Rax Reaper from Coffee, not this time. If you remember, if you were here last night, you would have seen a brutal moments where Coffee was able to trap one of the Queens of Solar. His mental broke then and there, and things very quickly escalated out of control. It happened right here. As Coffee did open up 2-Rax Reaper, he was applying pressure, and he did throw down a KDA charge, knocked the Queen into this position, and it was trapped. And chaos ensued. The Queen wasn't able to help out the defense, and eventually Coffee did win. Did it take a game off of Solar, but now we're settling into game 2, into a different series, a different tournament, different opener. And just gonna be a racked expand from Coffee. Solar across the map going hatch gas pool. Standard opener. Here we go. So now we are settling in. Again, should just be hatch gas pool into a third base. Standard build here from Solar. Likewise, Coffee taking a very different approach this time. Very different approach. Curious how it all comes together. does come together here. First Reaper getting across the map, going to be threatening the mineral line. Dancing with the Lings. Not quite getting a Ling kill yet. Oh, they're getting low. Lings do get low. But alas, they all survive. And the Reaper is going to be zoned away by that Queen. Back at home, it's going to be a 3CC before Starport. As the command center is on the way. Once again, an economic build here by Coffee. Very similar to game 1. Very similar to game number 1. And I wonder if we're going to be going into Banshees or if we try to hide our tech instead. As I do see our Marine on patrol. The goal of this Marine is to deny the Overlord Scout and to keep Solar in the dark. As Solar is going for a safety Roach Warren. Okay. Roach Warren has been thrown down. Coffee yet to scout. Dipping into the natural. But the Roach Warren is kept hidden. Again, a very safe way to approach this game. Roaches, they do quite well in the mid game. They don't scale amazingly into the late game at all, but they can keep you safe and sound. Keep you alive, and also allow you to be aggressive yourself. As it is going to be Banshee production from the side of Coffee. First tumor goes down. We don't quite commit into the mineral line, not yet. There is 7 roaches on the way. And Solar, I'm curious if he drones. Okay, he's droning. I was gonna say I'm curious if he drones from here or makes Lings. If he just goes all in and sends it across the map, but is making workers. So just making 7 roaches, going for an early roach push, and macroing behind it. So this is not an all-in from Solar, but is designed to get damage done. Roaches are spotted. Coffee racing back. Catching some roaches here out at the Zonaga even. Okay, not bad. You get a roach kill. Oh. 1 roach so far. Banshees have arrived, and with these Banshees we can bully back these roaches. Solar won't get any damage done. And Coffee back at home, just settling in. So far, a very nice start for Coffee. Solar back at home, working towards a lair. Lair is on the way. Safety spores against that Banshee. Coffee getting into its 5-rack setup with 4 racks is on the way, and the 3rd base is now being taken. So Coffee settling into his game, settling into his build. Likewise, Solo working towards our 4th, and yo, okay. For a moment there we had Burrow on the way. I was like, yo, Tunneling Claw Roaches, but looks like Burrow was cancelled. And instead we're getting into our double Evo chamber, and I imagine +1 melee. We'll see. Are we going to range? Range as they make their way into the main. They get a drone. So far, 1 worker does go down. Do you have, of course, Roach Speed on the way, Infestation as well. That should be for Hive Tech, for maybe even Hydras and Lurkers. As the drones, they're going to be going down in the main. 3 drones get picked off. 4th base still not taken. As the Banshees did deny it. You got 6 drone kills. Rotating back around. 4th base finally going to be on the way, but it's quite late. Likewise, no upgrades either. Solar has the money for it. Is slipping up a little bit here. Hellions going for the dive, but oh, okay, we're in position. Roaches are in position. Hellions force back. Ling speed on the way. Roach speed, a Bailey Nest, and this should be for +1 melee. There it is. Melee is on the way. As we force a cancel on the 4th base once again. Very late 4th here from Solar. And we're stuck with roaches. The Ling Bane is not online yet. Good copy diving on the Queen. 1 Queen goes down in the main. Double jump here towards the 4th base. And we're looking for another cancel. Once again, containing Solar on 3 bases. Yeah, big pick up. We're still on 4. We focus down the 4th base. And we don't quite catch a queen. Oh my god. Oh no! Medevac taking so low. They have to get out of here. Medevac's do pull back. And again, still no fourth base as the Banshees, they come back in, catching 4 more drones. Where's the detection? It's not here. Not again. What's this, the 4th time? 3rd or 4th time to force a cancel? Oh my god, as we don't quite get it. The base does survive, but Coffee, he wants it. Sims in. Has to respect the army. Does pull back. But the hatchery is so low. And behind this, we've been building up. We have bio, we have tanks, we have no gases at the 3rd base. I believe we're 8-raxing, and the answer is yes, we are. We are selling into our 8-racks here from the side of Coffee. A very aggressive build on 3 bases. Borderline all in. As it looks like only 2 of the Raxes don't have any add-ons. Very similar to what we saw last game on Goldenrod. Very similar. As we have a double drop on the left-hand side, looking to nice and bases. The main push right through the center. Tanks are sieging. 2-2 is almost done. We don't want to hit the anti-timing. But there we go. Combat Shields finishes up. Job has arrived, diving on the queens. 1 queen goes down. We get 1, we get 2. We get 2 queens and the hatchery. We force a cancel. And now Coffee can focus on the main push. Focus on the main army. Again, +2, a couple of seconds away. Job keeping those roaches distracted. Bathing speed is done. Ultras are on the way as we have our hive tech. Bathing's crash forward here, but not the best connections. 1 tank will fall to the wiles. As the drop hits the natural, we do get 5 drones. 5 drones go down, and Solar's being forced further and further back. Solar in a bit of trouble here. The tank army edging ever closer. 2 Vipers are out. We need a little bit more time. 1 of the tanks is piled down. Go towards the left, not quite forcing the cancel. But here come the Vipers. Here come the Blinding Clouds. They recover 1 of the tanks, and we don't quite get the other. Army steaming on forward, collapsing here on top of the Ultras. Kindness plating isn't done. Ooh, you have the Blinding Clouds just barely in time. Blinding Clouds are running out, diving on forward once again. The Ultra getting so low. The army, though, overstimmed quite heavily. Calm down. Running out of stims, running out of HP. Solar barely holding, bleeding out another Ultra. Down to 1, but now spawning in 2 more. Viper's gathering energy. Coffee is so close to breaking Solar. Ooh. Tank goes down, but we have 2 more. More tanks rise to take their place. We have 3 CCs on the way. Oh my god. Calm down. Was that a kill? Yeah, that was a kill. Yeah, that was a kill on the hatchery. And Coffee backs off. Kills the base. Gold is on the way for Solar. Still has the right-hand base up and running. Coffee does retreat. Unfortunately, these CCs are a little bit late. They're late. We can take the gold, though. The gold is a good way to just maintain ourselves from the side of the Terran. Solar rotating around. Triple drop here will come across the gold. And the hatchery is going to be targeted down. We force a cancel. Did cost us a couple of Marines. Decent target firing. We do focus on a couple of those Banelings. Oh my god! 4 Banelings go down. You do see Solar rolling with his Ling Bane. Oh, doesn't quite get into the mineral line. He's going for it, but doesn't bust in. Despite that, 18 SCVs go down. Oh my god. Oh, I think we were at long distance mining. Yeah. 18 SCVs did fall. Good pick off there by Solar. Coffee plummets in supply. But the army supply is still up there. Still comparable. But we're not ready for this. The tanks are late to siege. Blinding Clouds are thrown down. The Ultras, they collapse on top of the army. Another Blinding Cloud. It looks like Solar should take this. GG gets called. A brutal fight. And Solar takes the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Solar as he does take the series 2-0. But a shout out to Coffee, did hold his own, and that was a wild game number 2. It was very close. Unfortunately, Coffee, again, his follow-up transition to a 4-base setup was a little bit too late. Did not deal enough damage with his 8 racks. He did deny the 5th, but did not deny the 4th or break into the 3rd. Solo was able to get into his Hive Tech, did barely survive with those Ultras. GG, well played. Solar makes it to the grand finals, and Coffee does bow out in the semis. But again, solid series. Didn't take a map, but these were some close games, some fun matches. So a shout out to Coffee for competing here in this tournament, for trying to fight back in this rematch. And now we're settling into a very different rematch. Let's go. It's going to be a best of 5 grand finals between Solar and MaxPax. And what I'm referring to, which we did cast on the channel last week, is this is a finals rematch. It is a rematch of the finals of last week. Last week in ESL Open Cup Americas 229, it was also Solar versus MaxPax. It was also these two same players in those finals. And MaxPax was our champion last week. MaxPax won 3-1, if I remember correctly. Solo was able to fight back in one of those games when MaxPax did play. I think he played Glaive Adept, and he was punished. Punished by Solar. But we'll see if Solar can get his revenge and take more than just a game. We'll see if he can take a series. Here we go. As we are getting ready for our finals, predictions will soon be open. That matters, the predictions. I'm going to be managing those predictions, and it looks like we're going to be going on a short break here. Okay, we're going to be going on a short break. Again, we have one series left. The grand finals are ahead of us, and take this moment to get some snacks, get some water, take a break for a couple of minutes here before we dive into those grand finals, into the final series of the broadcast. See you soon. I just massage your Marines, Poppy. and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals, the grand finale, papi, of ESL Open Cup Americas, number 230. It all ends here. It all ends in this final best of 5. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have our Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Storm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player, representing Team Vitality from the land of South Korea. It is Solar. And again, this is a rematch. These two faced off last week in this very tournament in the 229th edition in the grand finals in the best of 5, and it did go the way of MaxPax. It was a back and forth. It was a 3-1 if I recall correctly, so it was a back and forth series, but MaxPax dictated in the end as Solar is going for the center base. Let's go. We're going for the unnatural. Natural, the center base has been taken. Now, this base is very common and very popular when it comes to all-ins, as we can rush into the Rich Vesting Gas Geyser, we can rush into the gas, we can rush into Roach production, and go for an all-in. We can go for a big 2-base all-in. MaxPax, I believe, did fall to this aggression in the previous series, and the last time they faced off. We'll see if MaxPax can survive it this time, as it is coming back to me. But again, Solar was able to make great use of this build and of this map the last time they faced. We'll see if MaxPax has been able to adapt and will be able to hold on. Here we go. I remember it was a very close game because MaxPax expanded here at the center base as well. Took this center base, and it was just a very close fight that was just ensuing here at the ramp, where Solar was barely breaking through, and MaxPax would barely hold on with like a shield battery with an overcharge. It was an all-in that lasted like 5 minutes. It was crazy. Eventually, MaxPax was broken. Eventually, the space did go down. And we'll see if MaxPax takes another risky expansion, or if he does expand in a more safer fashion, linearly instead. But now, drones are coming in. We should be soon taking our gas geyser as well, as we have pulled out of gas in the main. Saturating our natural. Queens are on the way, Lings are amassing. And we have yet to determine our tech of choice. Yeah, it's a fully determined here. As our first adept is moving out, getting eyes on our base, on our setup. So far, Solar is keeping up and does protect his mineral line. Does keep up for the time being. Adepts coming in from behind. 2 Adepts do shade in, and 2 Adepts do one-shot drones. 1 drone will go down. Not a bad start. Headed for the mineral line, but Solar is keeping up. Oh, a second drone falls. Two drone kills so far. Good pickoffs as MaxPax will escape with both Adepts, and we're following this up with a Twilight Council. This looks like Glaive Adepts. Lings getting caught out. The Overlord will barely escape. Behind this, we have pulled out of gas. It's 2 and 2 in both gas geysers. This means it should be 4-gate Glaive Adept from MaxPax. Oh boy, and we have seen Glaives pop off and pull top-tier Zerg players in the past. We'll see if it does it again. Here comes that Roach Horn from Solar. Rich Vesting Gas Geysers being taken. Is being taken, is on the way. Can we keep up? MaxPax does opt to move out ahead of time, bearing in mind that we don't have Glaives yet, but we do commit to the shade. We shade into the mineral line. Lings are getting picked off, one after the other. More Lings are on the way. Drones under fire. We're denying any kind of mining here at the Rich Vesting Gas Geyser. 3 drones go down, and we shade into the natural. More drones falling. This is becoming a little bit too much. Bearing in mind that this is a vanilla Adepts. What happens when Glaives comes into play? As we have pulled back in, gases are being prioritized, and DTs are on the horizon as well. Glaive Adepts into Dark Templar. Ay. Can Solar keep up? Bearing in mind that Solar doesn't have any spores. No spores in position. I believe that's why MaxPax decided to commit and go into DTs. He knows just how vulnerable his opponent is. It's going to be vulnerable. We have the Prism warping in behind the base into the natural. Drone's going down. And we do commit. We shade in. We shade into the main base. Lings are trying to keep up. We do get a surround on some of these adepts. Not a bad surround, but drones are still being targeted. At the same time, we have adepts at the center base. Again, we're just not able to make use of the space whatsoever. Barely any mining. 6 drones go down. And we get another warp in between the bases. We get up to 7 drone kills. Now 8, soon to be 9. Oh. And almost 10, or just now 10. Adepts are shut down. And here comes the Dark Templar. Here comes the second wave. We have 1 Spore at the third, but no Spore in the natural, no Spore in the main base. MaxPax snowballing out of control. GG gets called just as they're revealed, and MaxPax will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here as MaxPax takes game number 1. Again, a hyper aggression out of MaxPax, punishing the greed of Solar. Solar rushing into that center base can snowball into an all-in, as we saw did attempt to, but this time MaxPax was that much more ready to punish it. Last week he was trying to survive and kind of respond to the aggression instead and trying to defend. This time we had a more proactive approach, a more aggressive approach, and was able to punish Solar's greed, make sure that he just wasn't able to make use of that center base, could not get into his economy, could not get into his army. Well played. Well played. And from here, we're getting ready for game number 2, loading into Dynasty. Dynasty's coming up. What? Oh god, I'm getting deja vu. We're loading into Dynasty, and we've seen this before at a Solar. Whenever we see any Zerg player on Dynasty, it's for an all-in. It's for the gold. Typically taken on the other side. So I imagine Solar once again wants to be playing aggressive, but can he get into his build? Can he survive and get into his Roach production? We're here to find out. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Dynasty, we have our Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Psystorm Gaming. Leading the series 1-0, it is MaxPax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, going for the gold as the drone is sent out towards the other side of the gold base to take advantage of the Rich Resting Gas Geyser. Very similar concept to that previous game. We have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Vitality. It is Solar. Again, we're rushing into the space. I'm getting deja vu. These 2 builds that we're seeing are the exact same builds that we saw last week. It's the same. So we're going for the gold base, taking advantage of this gold mineral line of the Rich Resting Gas Geyser. Once again, the ball is in MaxPax's court. The ball is in his court. How do we punish this? How do we shut this down? I mean, a good way to do it would be Glaive Adepts. True. Glaive Adepts, DTs, a mixture of the 2. Probe Scout is coming in, and MaxPax will check the edge of the gold minerals and will confirm the hatchery that's on the way. Does confirm the hatchery, rotating into the main. It was a 15-15 gasless opener. But now we're taking our gas at our natural, or at the gold, maybe a better way of putting it. So the gas is being taken, and MaxPax is going to be responding with his own gold. Okay, risky maneuver here, but the gold is being taken. I say risky, really this can't really be punished unless we get into roaches, and this is designed to get into a roach push. As the gas is being saturated, MaxPax just still settling into his own tech structures. Cybercore is about to finish, and with that Cybercore we can get into our tech structure of choice. And will it be the Stargate or the Twilight Council? Again, we have options with how we want to punish this, and we do need to punish this. What's it going to be? Stargate. Okay. It's going to be a Stargate opener into, I imagine, Oracles, which means Solar just has to keep up with the Oracle harass. Oracles and Adepts, we have to keep up. Roach Warren has been thrown down. We're getting ready for our all-in. We're getting ready to send it. Here we go. As we do have our first Adepts threatening a dive into the mineral line. Oh, so far Lings are keeping up. Lings are keeping up. Adept forced to shade away. Roach Warren about to finish up. You can see Solar isn't droning. Is making overlords and is soon to be getting into his mass Ling Roach all-in. I think we're making a limited amount of roaches and going into Ravager production from there, but we'll see. As the Adepts say shaded to the main. Oh, they catch a drone. One worker goes down. And we don't quite get another. As the Adepts are being forced back. Do manage to shade away. Getting a lot of value, getting even more Lings. More Lings going down. And back at home, we have Void Rays in production. I mean, that's going to be a good way to defend against these roaches. Bearing in mind that there are no queens to support, this is not like a Roach Queen all-in. There's no anti-air. The roaches, they have arrived. The all-in is here. And Max Packs, are we ready for this? Oh, we do get one of them. We get both Adepts. Both Adepts go down. Void Ray will arrive, but it's only going to be the one Void Ray as the wall has been broken. Yeah, Lings are flooding in. They dive on the shield battery. Void Ray has arrived, but damage is being done. We don't even have Warp Gate. Warp Gate just now finishing. We focus on the shield battery, and it looks like Solar, we bust into the main base. We're going for the mineral line. We're snowballing out of control. The Void Ray will eventually clean this up, but by the time we do, what is it going to be left? What will remain? As more boys being pulled into the main base. Trying to protect our mineral line. We do save quite a bit of workers. Max Pack still maintains that worker lead. As we have yet to wall off. Adepts defending the main base. Void Ray going ham on these Lings. And Solar is being cleaned up. Solar, he's running out of roaches, running out of Ravagers. Oracle's going for a counterattack. Yeah, we only have a handful of Lings remaining. And what do we have in the main? We have a Spore, we have a Queen. But only one. We can actually go for the Queen. What do we go for? Drone damage. 2 drones go down. You can see Solar's, he's still saturating. Solar is droning up as much as he can. It's going to be a Twilight Council follow-up. I'm feeling Glaives. This could be Blink, to be fair. Could be Blink as well. Either option across the map. Solar in a lot of trouble. He needed more damage. He did bust into the bases, but he killed only a handful of workers. A handful of probes did fall. Lings they dive on the Adepts. Oracle's threatening the mineral line. And the Lings are doing well for themselves. Okay, the Adepts they just did trickle in. But Max has to pull back. Does have to pull back here. To the main. Yeah, Adepts, they bust into the main base. Nothing to stop them. Drones are going down one after the other. Boys are being pulled. 6 drones go down. The Hydrogen has been spotted. Max Pax is aware. Void Ray diving into the main. The Queen is exposed. Not enough Queens, not enough anti-air. We do drag the army into the Spore. Not bad. Do drag the Void Ray into the Spore. Lings going for a counterattack. Hydras are amassing. But Max Pax, look at his economy. Look at his working out. 42 workers, 44 against 26 drones. Solar just can't keep up. Especially with Max Pax also making use of the gold base. Solar cannot keep up. Adepts, they do shade into the mineral line. More drones going down. Gold mining workers. Brutal. Lings across the map, being cleaned up. And it's going to be all or nothing now. How many Hydras do we have? These are going to be vanilla Hydras. No upgrades, no range, no speed. 11 Hydras. I mean, that's a good amount of DPS. But without upgrades, I'm not too sure if I believe. We'll see. Likewise, charge almost done. Hydras diving in. We're in Okay, 11 Hydras. They do add quite a bit of DPS here. Cybercore is going to go down. Cybercore does fall. Yeah, but here come the charge lot. Not quite committing. Pulling back. Gateways are being knocked down. Yeah, but now we can dive on the army. And Zealous, they can just shoot through these Hydras. Oh, not quite. We had enough Lings to defend. The Lings, they do buffer for the Hydras. Catching both Oracles. Not bad. Solar does take a supply lead. An army supply lead. And MaxPax's defense is going to be brutal. It's so close. Being Hydra diving in. Boys are being pulled. Once again, Zealous diving on top of the Hydras. They try to focus them down. Archon getting some hits in as well. But the Archon does fall in. Solar, has he done it? Has he barely broken through? We have to pull back. Again, Solar, he's on 19 workers. Zealous, they get across the map. Drones are going down. This is all that Solar has left. He's completely all in. 13 Hydras. Good force field. Ooh, we catch the army. Very nice force field. And with that, Solar gets cleaned up. GG gets called as MaxPax survives and takes a 2-0 lead. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. A very chaotic game. There was definitely a chance there towards the end where Solar was trading quite well, was achieving quite a lot with his Ling Hydra, but again, had no sustain. There were 19 drones back at home. There was just no economy. The longer the game went on, the worse it was for Solar. The worse it was, and now we're diving into game 3. One more win is all that MaxPax needs. One more win. And we'll see if we can make some magic happen here as Solar's up against the wall. Now, what I will say is that so far, game 1 on Crimson Court and game 2 on Dynasty, these have been maps that have been very tempted to go for these exposed bases, which have been punished, right? Like, Solar took the center base on Crimson Court, Solar took the gold on Dynasty. These have been very aggressive and very risky builds from Solar, and he's been denied time and time again. Now we're loading into Alcyone. This should be a much more standard back and forth game. I say that it is not unheard of for players to rush into the gold on this map as well. It is not unheard of. We could see Solar rush into the gold here. I'm hoping he doesn't, though. I'm hoping that we get more of a standard game, and maybe we can even enter the mid game. It's possible. It's been a fast final so far. It's been very fast but very quick. I'm hoping for something a little bit more robust here. But here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone. We have our Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Storm Gaming, leading the series 2-0. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Zerg player, representing Team Vitality from land of South Korea, down in this series. We're going for the gold. I was like, we don't have to go for the... No, we are. We are going for the gold base. It is Solar. Again, he's been so aggressive this entire series. Game 1, Game 2, and Game 3, we have never taken our natural base or even our third base as our natural. We've been rushing into gold bases or Richardson Gas Geyser bases as well. And once again, it's going to be on MaxPax to punish this. He checks the triangular third and is now checking the gold. Now, if we were casting a Korean player, we would see a cannon rush. Like, both Classic and Hero, as soon as they see this, they throw down a Forge, they throw down a Pylon, and they cannon rush, they force a cancel, they punish this quite hard. That's at least how they're used to handling this situation. MaxPax is not. He confirms the base, and we're going for a much more standard opener. But at least MaxPax is aware. Now, with this gold base, the rocks are going to be knocked down, and Solar is going to be working towards... we could work towards a Ling Queen Nidus all-in, maybe a Roach all-in. We have options here with this base. Creep is going to be spread very quickly across the map. And we have the Maynard of our drones. Solar is going to be Maynarding his workers over. And because these bases are so spread out, we don't even have to go Glaive Adepts. I mean, Glaive Adepts would be a good way to punish this, but we could even go just Oracle and regular Adepts into Blink and just pull apart our opponents and threaten the mineral lines and focus on drones. Like, again, these queens are going to be so far apart, it's going to be so difficult to rotate between our bases to protect our mineral lines. We'll see. We'll see what our option is going to be, what our tech of choice. We do cancel the Warp Gate. Warp Gate is cancelled. And we have a Stargate. Okay, Stargate opener from MaxPax. Should be for those Oracles. And Solar immediately knocking down these rocks, opening up this kind of pathway. And is going for his queens, and should be able to defend at least early on. Depth has arrived. We do get one drone. Already a good start for MaxPax. One worker goes down. We do get eyes on the third. As Solar is going to be attempting to stabilize and make use of this gold. As now we're up to 2 Adepts. 2 Adepts do one-shot workers. And we don't quite get into the mineral line. We're going to be zoned away for now. For the time being, nice target firing on the Adept, but we do manage to shade away just in time. MaxPax does pull back. Does keep his Adepts alive. Oracles are on the way. And MaxPax is working towards his third. Now, MaxPax may just apply some light pressure here and just expand, take a third base, and try to defend against the all-in. That's definitely an option that MaxPax can go for. And it looks like that's exactly what we're doing. Third base on the way. Let's go. Now, Solar does confirm this. And upon seeing this third, Solar is now going to be making a tough choice. Do we throw down the Roach Warren? Do we throw it down? Do we try to punish this? Do we try to go all in and make use of this gold minerals? There it is. Roach Warren thrown down at the 4-minute mark. Very early. We're going for a push. Solar is going to be committing here and should be cutting workers soon. So Solar's going for an all-in. Again, MaxPax baits out the all-in by expanding in such a way by this opener. He should be aware. Fast Twilight Council. This should be for Fast Blink. I like this. Hero is so good. We've seen a lot of Hero versus Dark, and whenever we're in this situation where Hero knows that Dark is going to all-in, Hero throws down a very fast Twilight Council into Fast Blink, and Blink Stalkers with really fast play, with the fast upgrades, Blink Stalkers do so well against these all-ins. Or at least they can do so well. Shield batteries on the way. Yep, there it is. Blink is in production for MaxPax. And it's going to come down to our control. It's going to come down to the execution of this all-in. Links are moving out. Solar is also threatening with his queens, but he's droning. Solar is droning up behind this. Okay. Hilaire as well. The Roach Warren is done, but we're not actually making use of it. Okay, I see you. So Solar, he backs off. We had a fast tech structure. We did threaten a push, but we didn't quite commit. Solar droning up. Now, what's important about what MaxPax is doing, even though there's no all-in, because of the fast blink, we can apply a lot of pressure, and we can turn this into a 3-base all-in. From the side of MaxPax, I mean. With just a hyper-aggression with these Blink Stalkers. There's no way rallying in! No! A missed rally! Ooh. 4 drones go down. Some free damage for MaxPax. Moving out across the map. Roach speed is on the way. Now what's scary is that this gold base is so important because of the tech. The Roach Warren is here at the gold. Is exposed. Stays trapped thrown down. Creep is receding. We did miss one of the tumors. Oh! Nice trigger there by Solar. Does bait out that first stasis trap. Does bait it out. Bling's going to be engaging. Blink is done. And you can see how efficient this army can be. Shaving off so many Lings. Trying to get on top of those roaches. The army forced back. Once again, stasis trap is baited out. Robo's on the way. And we're within range of the Roach Warren. Roach Warren taking a lot of damage, taking a lot of hits. We do have some transfuse. We'll keep the base alive. We'll keep the tech alive. As Solar is amassing his Roach Ling. Again, the gold base coming into play. Does have a better economy. And does Max Packs have the better control? So far, so good. Back here against those Lings. Rock's being knocked down. Solo getting ready for a surround. And Max Packs, after saturating that third base, we're taking gases and we're going for a double Robo Colossus production. Max Packs taking up into the mid game, not going for the all-in. Trying to go for a longer game, trading as efficiently as possible. Once again, a nice bait there from Solar does trigger the stasis trap. Rocks are knocked down. Bailey's going to be waddling in. And they're headed for the mineral line. They're headed for the bases. And do we have anything in position? Bathing speed does kick in. And up, we do get into the mineral line, but there's nothing to kill. We focus on the shield batteries. At the same time, Lings and Roaches, they hit the fourth. Force a cancel. And Solar does have map control. He has momentum on his side. At least until the Colossus come out. Once the Colossus arrive, then the dynamic will change. Until then, Solar can hold his own. Spreading that creep. Pushing forward. Ooh, does take a massive stasis to the face. Let's take that massive stasis. You can see Max Packs attempting to expand. He would thought about the gold. Taking the linear fourth instead. Meanwhile Solar, he's on his 4-base setup, getting a 5th as we speak. Still on 3-base saturation, only on 6 workers. We are mining through that gold. As the gold base is slowly running out of resources. Meanwhile, Max Packs, he is on his Colossus, but now working immediately on Disruptors. Disruptor production on the way. Third Colossus as well. Now with these Colossus, Solar has to take up. We have the Hive on the way from Vipers, but we need time. Solar desperately needs time. Is maxed out, but maxed out with Roaches. Not the ideal army he was hoping for. Lingbane Roach. Yeah, pushing past his Zelnaga, it's going to be difficult. The choke point is brutal. Creep is being cleared up. Here we go. Solo going for the dive. They're trying to collapse on the army. Solo kiting here from Max Packs. Nova goes off. Ooh, big connection. And we can juggle back that Colossus. Solo control here from Max Packs. And Max Packs is maxing out. And he has the more efficient army. Queens are falling left and right. Solar stuck on Roaches. No Hydras, no Lurker Den. The Hive is about to finish. We need Vipers. We need Vipers immediately. Without Vipers, there's no hold. The defense is going to be brutal. So far, Max Packs kiting well. Holding off the creep. So the run by being set up. Both players are maxed out. Oh, and the Baileys, they try to rush in, but some massive swipes here from the Colossus. A lot of Lingbane goes down. Zelsei busts into the mineral lines, into the natural, into the third base. Drones are going down, and we pull back the entire army, and that means that Max Packs can push onto creep. The Queens are exposed. Yeah, Queens are going down. The base as well. We have to pull out of the gold. This Prism has done so much for Max Packs, just giving him so much room. And Roach Warren falls as well. No more Roaches. We have 2 Vipers on the way. They just spawned in. Sorry, 3 Vipers. They're gathering energy. And that is the way to survive this, to hold. If we can yoink those Colossus, then we can take a fight. Otherwise, we have to hope for Max Packs to overextend. Here we go, Lingbane rolling in. Max Packs to spot this. Nova goes off. Ooh, not the best connection on the Stasis army. Only 1 Nova and then 1 Disruptor. Not a bad fight here for Solar collapsing on the army. We have our yoinks. Viper comes in. We get one. No! We don't get the Colossus. But the Banelings, they will pop out of stasis. One Colossus goes down. Nova goes off, and it looks like MaxPax does not break through. Nova doesn't quite connect, but we have too many Stalkers. We have too many Stalkers regardless. Too many Colossus. MaxPax is snowballing out of control. Massive warp in into the main base, forcing Solar back. And we've done it. GG gets called. MaxPax takes the series 3-0 and is this week's ESL Open Cup Americas champion. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to MaxPax as he does take the series. Again, both in Game 1 and Game 2, MaxPax punished the greed of Solar. Here in Game 3, MaxPax took a different approach. He allowed Solar to get his goal base, and MaxPax instead went for a very safe opener. Went into 3 bases, teched up towards really fast Blink. He was ready for the all-in that never came. So we just teched up, go to 4th base, double Robot Colossus production. And with that army, MaxPax outscaled Solar. Solar, the reality is, again, sure he was maxed out with Lingbane Roach. It's just not an efficient army. It's not ideal, not when we have that many Colossus and Disruptors as well. We needed that Hive Tech, we needed those Vipers. The Vipers did come in, but they came in too late. Vipers, they came in too late. We had the one Yoink, we killed one Colossus. That's all we got. And again, a big reason for this was the Warp Prism. The Warp Prism was the unsung hero of this game. The Prism slipping behind the army into the main base with these Zealot Warp-ins. They just created a massive opening for MaxPax to take advantage of and to abuse. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to MaxPax as he will be our ESL Americas champion 2 weeks in a row. Congratulations. My condolences to Solar, but I mean, hey, Solar, he was last night's ESL Asia champion, and 2nd place here still does earn you a good amount of cash as well. So congratulations to Solar for making it to the semifinals. Shout out to Showtime and Coffee for making it to the semis. And I hope everyone in the chat did enjoy themselves. Oh, God, I'm so tired. I got like 5 hours sleep today because I went to bed, then I woke up like 5 a.m. for this cast. The cast started a little bit later, but yeah, I just couldn't sleep and I didn't want to sleep in. It is midday. It is almost 1 p.m. here in Australia. We just wrapped up, and I believe that'll be our only cast for the day. We don't have a cast later on tonight. I mean, I could do a replay cast tonight, but I think we'll take it easy today. I have a lot of VODs to edit. I have a lot of thumbnails to make. I have a lot of scheduling to do. Again, whenever I'm not casting, I'm usually doing like working on other things, StarCraft related. So yeah, we got a lot of work to do. We got so yeah, I guess I'm just gonna be spending the day scheduling VODs and maybe getting some rest. But otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. We're gonna be back tomorrow. Tomorrow in just over 24 hours, we're gonna be casting Kung Fu Cup, WTL Kung Fu Cup number 5, as World Team League has returned. WTL World Team League was on a break because of DreamHack, but it has returned this weekend, and we'll be getting back into that WTL grind set. So look forward to it. If you enjoyed the cast, !socials in the chat. Socials in the chat if you guys wish to have a look at the if you guys want to follow us on social media, on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord, all things CranKy Ducklings. And we have a YouTube channel as well, where we upload on a daily basis. We have thousands of VODs, or thousands of matches on YouTube. If you're interested, we got you covered. We have a lot of content. Got a lot of content on YouTube if you are interested. Otherwise, thank you. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the support. I'm going to go schedule more VODs. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for some KFC, for some Kung Fu Cup. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Ciao. Bye-bye, ciao. Thank you for watching.